Joining me now is an alternate juror who was in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. George is joining us right now. This was 7 weeks of your life, hearing all of this testimony. You were an alternate. You did not deliberate, but did you agree with the final verdict?
I understood the final verdict, and I think if I, because I took a copious amount of notes overall. I took 350 pages worth of notes. Because at the end, we weren't told who was an alternate, who was the main juror until literally the last second when they were reading when the judge was reading his entire statement at the end. It was like, the first 12 of you are the jurors, the last 5 are the alternates. So we didn't know, even in the jury room, no one treated everyone, we were equal, because we didn't know who was who.
Would you have acquitted him on RICO?
I think reading all my notes and looking back at the evidence, I probably would have reached the same conclusion as the other jurors.
What was it about that charge?
I don't, the thing with because we were asked and the judge had instructed us that we have to find him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Mm-hmm. And I think there was always a little bit of doubt in people's mind. And I think it was a tough case to prove, especially the first one. And there was always a little bit of doubt there, even from the beginning.
Why did you doubt?
I think some of the charges, some of the witnesses, if you look at it one way, but then when you were listening to the defense, you could see it their way as well.
Were there any witnesses that made you think, I don't believe this?
There was one that I think unanimously we kind of all said like, wow, like it was almost like watching like TV. Mm. It was like like when I think her name was Dawn Richard, that one. Mm-hmm. When she on cross-examination, I mean, I never saw such a cross-examination. It was very impressive to watch.
What was it about it?
I think just how the defense, got into her and really made her, look very not credible. I mean, I even wrote in my notebook that it was like a takedown.
Really? Yeah. And that was pretty early on.
That was pretty early on.
From the opening statements, did you have a mindset of who you thought had a better case?
No. I think overall, from the way I look at it, both sides presented really good. Both sides presented themselves well. We were very impressed with the prosecution and the defense, how they, the professionalism, how they carried themselves. It was really good lawyering, as they say.
Racketeering is notoriously a complex case. Did you feel that the prosecution presented enough evidence to support that there was even an enterprise?
I think they did the best that they could, but I think it was a tough case to prove.
Why?
When you look at the charges, kidnapping, arson, forced labor, the government had one side, but then the defense, they had some pretty good rebuttals to it. So that I think added some doubt always, and I think in people's mind.
You didn't hear from some of the people the government said were co-conspirators, like employees,
like Christina Karam,
for example, or D-Rock.
Yeah.
Did that affect your thoughts about the case?
I don't think so. No.
Would you have wanted to hear from them?
We always thought that maybe we would hear from them, but maybe we also understood maybe why they wouldn't be called.
Why?
Because maybe they didn't want to testify, or they wouldn't really be proving the case, or maybe it would be not advantageous to be called. So, but honestly, we were just waiting till the end, until when the judge gave his instructions and how to interpret the law. Because I think everyone really didn't have anything made up, their mind made up, or in any way. It was really, everyone was waiting to see how, the definitions and how everything was going to be interpreted and what they were to be looked at. Exactly.
So important.
Yeah.
Talk to me about the sex trafficking cases, because of court charges. Obviously, Cassie Ventura testified visibly pregnant for days.
Yes.
How did her testimony impact you in your understanding of the case?
It did. You know, I listened. You know, we listened very intently. It was, I think, 5 days or forever of thing, and you know, it was very riveting. And it was very riveting testimony and very credible testimony.
You believed her.
I mean, I think we did. I think we did. I mean, she wouldn't have done all this just to come up there and you know, lie about everything. So no, I don't think even the defense didn't come out and say or anything like that.
Did the money that they talked about in terms of a civil settlement she received, did that color her testimony for you at all?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. No.
Did you look at the defendant, Diddy Combs, differently after her testimony?
No, I didn't really look at him too much. I mean, I always looked at him because my point of view was just literally at him, like some people are on the side, but I was more in the corner. So I was always like staring at him, but I don't think he was mostly just very composed and talking with his lawyers and very in control. It seemed like. You know, because I think I mean, I'm not really familiar too much with cases and I don't really follow, you know, cases in court, so I don't know how defendants usually act. But sometimes what I've heard in you know, from the news is that some defendants, you know, they just sit very stoically. They don't interact with their lawyers. They just let their lawyers talk and go. But he was very, you know, talking with them, writing notes, doing that. So you could tell that he, you know, he was. You know, he was fighting for himself.
You saw some very graphic images, videos. You heard very sexual and graphic details. What was that like, hearing that? And how did it impact how you viewed the case?
No, they were very graphic. And, but I think overall, you know, we were looking at it from like one side, and it was definitely riveting and eye-opening.
What did you see on the videos? You know, the press wasn't able to see it in real time.
Yeah. No, I mean, they were showing some of the. Well, I mean, there was both the freak-offs and hotel nights, as they were called, from both of them. But it was. What
were they showing those videos?
They showed, well, again, you know, the defense and the prosecution showed different clips, so they were very selective. Like the prosecution was showing more, you know, just Cassie just sitting around.
The defense showed that?
Defense showed that, yeah.
Just her sitting around not engaging in sexual activity?
Yes.
The prosecution, when you had to have your headphones on and otherwise, what were you seeing then?
Did she just switch up his words? He said the prosecution would show Cassie sitting around, more trying to like do state of mind, obviously not trying to show her in the act where she's getting pulverized by some random big dick Negro and she's fucking squirting over his shit and like having the time of her life. That like I get it, you know?
There was sexual activity, but I mean it wasn't really.
Was it forced?
No, it didn't seem forced. It was actually like pretty tame.
Really?
Yeah.
Did she?
It was just a lot of rubbing oil and stuff on there.
It's funny. I feel like CNN brought this nigga on there for him to be like, yo, it was wild. Him saying this, I feel like they're almost like disappointed.
And it wasn't anything too, you know, graphic, I would say.
Let me ask you, this jury that deliberated did not find sex trafficking when it came to Cassie Ventura. They also didn't find it when it came to Jane. And I want to ask you about Jane in a moment. But did it surprise you when it came to Cassie Ventura that they did not convict on sex trafficking?
No, I think it was a difficult thing to prove. And I think there was always some doubt, you know, whether, because, you know, I think what the judge says, it has to be forced. And I think the defense did show some messages where it didn't seem that it was forced.
Oh, her text messages when she talked about it.
Yeah.
That was really important to you to consider.
I think that was one aspect, yes.
Did that make you feel that it was consensual?
It did seem like it, yeah.
Talk to me about
Even in the
go
videos
ahead.
and everything seemed very consensual.
Really?
Yeah.
Throw the case out, man. Throw the case out. You know, chat, my new theory on this whole case is that Cassie done fucked up. Here's the thing. Diddy gonna be locked up possibly for a year or two. Okay? Even though I thought he was gonna get out possibly immediately. I didn't really think that. I said by Christmas. I keep saying by Christmas. It's more than likely because I think this Judge Submaranian, is a give and take judge. He has to set he can't be seen as the weak judge where because you beat a charge or two, you get a lenient sentence. You walk out of court with time served. Like it was a slap on the wrist. He's going to have to give Diddy a year. In October, he's going to have to give him a year. Or I think what he's going to do, he's going to try to give him 2 years. This is why. It's really going to be like a year, but then Diddy goes to a halfway house, he'll be back. But what it does for the judge is not make him look like a complete pussy. A guy who is starstruck, a guy who doesn't take crimes against women serious, a guy who sat through a very lengthy trial that was brought to you by the SDNY, and he saw the video that everybody's seen, and he still gave someone time served. So I think he's going to give him a year or two, honestly. Okay? Diddy will still be out in a year, though. Then he'll go to a halfway house because you usually go to a halfway house about like 6 months before. Here's my thing, and this is why I say Cassie, I think, fucked herself. Diddy's going to be he's going to be in the winds or out of commission for the next year or so, right? You know what the verdict read? And I know there's a lot of people, fuck all your tears, okay? We've been talking facts since the beginning. We're going to talk facts now. We ain't going to get emotional now. We were talking facts since the beginning. We're going to talk facts now. The reality of all of this is this. The judge's verdict basically said, not judge's verdict, the jury's verdict means that they didn't find that any of the sexual behavior that was depicted in these freak-offs were non-consensual. They didn't find it was forced. They didn't find that no one was coerced or no one got frauded into doing these things. They said these were a bunch of hoes and freaks that did this on their own accord. Now, I'm going to tell you why this is important. Because while Diddy is going to be spending the next year or so trying to get home, what it signals is that the only thing, if no one was forced, and they have now proven that they don't believe Cassie or Jane was forced, the only people who could still claim that maybe they weren't with it are the sex workers. Because if you don't know count 3 and count 5, count 3 says the transportation for the purpose of prostitution of Cassie Ventura and others. The others were the prostitutes she fucked. If she's a victim per that conviction, the prostitutes are a victim as well. Here's the problem. Cassie went on the stand and said she got $20 million. And she's, in the eyes of this criminal trial, she was a prostitute or got prostituted just like Jules, just like everybody else. Here's the reality of it, and we're going to see the video because somebody already started. You think all them sex workers going to sit by while Cassie gets $30 million and they get nothing? They're all about to sue Cassie and Diddy. Now that it has cleared Cassie of being able to say, I was coerced, I didn't do anything. Now, she could still say she's a victim because it says she got prostituted. But it doesn't say that she was an unwilling participant. She didn't get sex trafficked. So her getting all that bread, the prostitutes got prostituted. It is more than likely that we will start seeing lawsuits against Cassie for the first time. And by the way, we have. I'll get to that later. Let me keep playing this alternate juror explanation of his perspective of the trial.
How about with Jane? Obviously, she testified for several days, very emotional at times.
It was, yeah.
What did you think of her credibility? Did you believe her?
I think it was very again, riveting, long testimony, and I did believe her, at least on some parts. Some parts were a little bit didn't add up as much. Seemed a little strange.
What part seemed strange to you?
Oh, this is the Jane part.
One part for me that seemed a little strange was the night, I think, when Jane was in, when they had the fight.
Yeah.
It just, the timing seemed a little like you going from like one closet to another closet to the, it just, something didn't add up there.
How about the impact when you heard that her rent was being paid or her lawyer is being paid by the defendant? Did that surprise you?
That was surprising, yeah, and it was still being paid.
What did you think when you heard that?
Wow, it was surprising.
I want to ask you as well about, obviously I'm talking about Diddy as if I know him. Like we know his name because he's, this very famous person. Did the fact that he was so famous, did that impact you in any way? Did you know him?
No, I did not know him.
Do you know his music at all?
No, I don't. I didn't really listen to his music.
So seeing him was just a stranger.
Pretty much. I know of him, and I know, but I don't really follow his music or the rap industry in general. So that might have been why I think a lot of the jurors, I think if you look at their backgrounds, I don't think they were. They didn't follow this or that. That's probably why they were chosen. I was never expected to be chosen, to be honest.
Yeah? Well,
I wasn't even looking for this at all.
Who would be,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
But let me ask you, the other jurors, when you would talk to them, I know you weren't allowed to deliberate at all.
Emmy Lifestyle, thank you for the 5. It says happy 4th, chat.
But when you talked to them, were they familiar with who he was? Did his celebrity status seem to impact them at all?
No, I don't think so, no. I think everyone was really waiting for the interpretation of the law. And
is that because you were confused about the case or because you just wanted to know your marching orders?
I think we wanted to know our marching orders and how we need to look at everything. I think we were really, I think, at least for me, we want to be, and we are asked to be as impartial as possible. So we needed to know, you hear both sides of, one side, the other side, and it's very important to know what we're actually supposed to be, ruling at and how we're supposed to be looking at it from the judge.
There was a juror who was excused close to the end of the trial. What did you know about that and why?
We weren't told, what happened. I think someone had mentioned that it was, I think he lied about where he was from or something like that. But really we were kind of kept in like isolation from the whole day. Not really told much, told to not, follow any news or turn off everything. Don't talk to anyone. Don't talk among yourselves about the case, which we followed. We really followed the judge's instructions. At least I did too.
So when that person,
myself,
when that person was no longer in the chair after seeing them there for 7 weeks on end, or however many weeks it was in at that point, did you think it was odd? Did you have concerns?
No. That's why they have they call 18 people, because then they knew it was a long case, and there's probably going to be someone's going to get sick or someone's going to drop out. So that's why. So,
would you have wanted to hear Diddy testify? Would it have made a difference to you?
I don't think so, no. I don't think so.
It wouldn't have made a difference because it wouldn't have added to your understanding, or because you'd heard enough?
I think we heard enough. I don't know if it would have helped or hindered. I haven't really thought about that as much.
Yeah.
But I think it was really helpful, again, in the end, at least for what we were looking forward to, what I was looking forward to the most, was just the 61-page judge instructions of how we're supposed to be charged the law.
They did find him guilty of those transportation to engage in prostitution charges. The prosecution was being very sarcastic and laughing at the idea that these men were just being paid for their time. How did you see that statement?
You mean the defense?
Well, the prosecution said that, well, yes, you're right. The defense said that they were being paid for the time. The prosecution was mocking that. Who did you believe?
No, I think the evidence to show that there was the transportation of prostitution, I think was overwhelming, and that's why the jury found him guilty on those two counts.
If you had been,
because the prosecution not only they showed the hotel records, the bank records, the flight information. For that, I think that they proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt.
If for some reason you were to ever talk to Diddy, what would you tell him about how you saw this trial?
To be honest, I really wouldn't want to.
Okay, so he basically says he doesn't. So here's the interesting part, chat. You know, it's one of them things where, like, if you win the lottery, you'd rather not tell people you got the money because everybody comes out the woodworks because they know you got money. So essentially what happened is that, everybody's like, Cassie deserved the $20 million. She went through a lot. A lot of niggas peed in her mouth. A lot of niggas did this to her. She was fucking 5 guys a night. She deserves it because Diddy victimized her. He beat her ass, blah, blah. What this court case actually did, and, you know, going back to the conversation, if you guys watched when I was sitting with Lauren Collin, but also Unc, and they were debating, and, you know, the debate consistently for 2 nights in a row was, A, Cassie was not subpoenaed. She's here on her own recognizance. Now, the idea that Cassie was due to get $30 million, but she was testifying willingly, seemed like, okay, no, she's just trying to get justice, except we forget the nature of the case. This was the case that a lot of people said initially when there was a leak of the hotel video. We said maybe Cassie's team did it. Why? To prove and promote that she is not a co-conspirator. She was the victim. And if we heard that Cassie was the one who majority paid these sex workers, she participated, she solicited them, she continued conversations with them outside of even that act behind Diddy's back, it's probably feasible to be like, wait, both of these motherfuckers are actually co-conspirators, meaning Cassie and Diddy. Well, it's kind of come to pass at this point where Diddy's going to jail, or he is in jail, and he's going to stay in jail for a little bit longer. Not too long, but a little bit longer. People have realized this verdict has now said openly, Cassie is not a victim of sex trafficking. She's not a victim of racketeering. She's a victim of prostitution, but so is all the sex workers. And I think everybody who's a sex worker is sitting back and saying, why does Cassie get to bust down that $20 million by herself? Why I ain't getting a piece? If I sue Diddy, it's going to take a long time until he's locked up. I need to go get it from Cassie. And you get to realize what all of this really was. It's a money grab from the beginning. The prostitutes just didn't know how they could have got their money. You know why? They were scared of prosecution because they're actually prostitutes. This decision has now opened Cassie to so much litigation, and this is why I have to say her attorney must have foresaw this. And I wonder, why the fuck would you put your client on the stand willingly if now the jury doesn't agree with her stance as a victim of sex trafficking? They claim she's just a prostitute. Anyway, what happened was, and
Doug,
we're gonna get to this is our lawyer who did speak, but we want to get to a sex worker named Dave who is suing. Dave sues Cassie. Sex worker named Dave. His real name is Clayton Howard. He's actually suing Cassie and Diddy, and he's saying, I got an STD from y'all. He says, y'all forced me to fuck y'all raw. Well, fuck Cassie raw. Cassie gave me drugs. And basically said that he impregnated her and she aborted the pregnancy without telling him. He alleges they continued to have unprotected sex for a while. And he feels like he is a true victim, not Cassie herself. Okay, apparently he wasn't called as a witness, but he mentioned several times during the testimony in Diddy's. But he was mentioned several times during testimony in Diddy's trial. A federal agent testified that Clayton was staying at a Four Seasons hotel and had a flight from New York City to LA, all paid by Diddy. By the way, I don't know if you guys seen the press conference, the short press conference. This was, I believe this is Tenny Garagos, and this is Westmoreland. Agnew Philly was in the background. And then we have Donaldson here. Hold on, let me just play this real quick. And then we're going to play the sex worker who's now suing Cassie. And again, this is what money breeds. Cassie's going to see, and you know, when you talk about karma, what money breeds is that Cassie, in her mind, she's broke at the time when she files her lawsuit, and Diddy's rich. She's the victim. She gets $20 million, and she now puts a bat signal in the air for other people who never thought they were victims before. None of these sex workers thought they were victims, but they're now down to sue her. Ain't it ironic?
First, want to thank my client, Sean Combs, for trusting us, myself, and everybody here. This incredible.
I believe this is Anna Estevale. I believe this is Alexander Shapiro. I believe this is Jason Driscoll. Big Brian Steele right here. We, of course, got Mark Ignifilo, Westmoreland, and Xavier Donaldson. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 attorneys. Diddy did not play. He had 4 or 5 when he was spending 1.2 a month. I think by the time the end of that trial, he was spending near to 3.
Incredible dream team that he put together. Without him, we would not have been able to do this. He is incredible, and I want to thank him. I want to thank the jury for putting such great care into this case. They came early every single day, and I want to thank them, as I said in my opening, standing between all of us and the drastic consequences of the criminal convictions of sex trafficking. And RICO is a jury of our peers. And
by the way, Borman Gate, he says, yo, Ack, happy 4th to the chat. And Ack, karma's a bitch and Cassie's a rat. Word to Sean G.
Thank them. I want to thank the judge, and I want to thank, despite the terrible conditions at the MDC, I want to thank the good people who worked there, who ensured that we had sufficient amount of time to prepare for trial. It is extremely difficult to prepare for a federal case in the conditions at the MDC, and they did everything they could to make that happen. I want to thank them. I also have been saying this since the beginning of this case.
Sorry.
Sean Combs has not sexually assaulted anybody. I've been saying this for months. We've said it with each lawsuit that came out, and today that was proven true. The media got it wrong about Sean Combs every single day for nearly 2 years. I ask that for every time you guys see a civil lawsuit, criminal complaints or criminal indictments, you actually take a look and analyze these and see whether or not these are actually going to stand up in a court of law, because today they did not. He has not sexually assaulted anybody, certainly hasn't sex trafficked anybody, and the jury found that today.
Thankfully,
Nicole,
in our country, we have a...
Nicole, you are a star, girl. You're a beautiful black queen who I'm glad you represent on the highest level and was a standout. I hope your rate triples, and you were probably the hidden gem, and the way you destroyed. I think Dawn Rashad, you did that. I think you dealt with Banner in the same manner. I think you did Banner, but every time you popped up on that for Cross, you were fucking amazing. Hailing from, I believe, Fulton County. You know, Diddy took a lot of his lawyers from out of Fulton County. You know, she was in the YSL case. I hope this gives her the recognition she deserves and, you know, definitely needs. She's a star. 100% a star.
a right to a jury trial. And thankfully, Mr. Combs took that right. He actually battled for his freedom, for his innocence. He did it. And a lot of times, you know, people are too afraid to do it. And he did it, and we're so happy that he did. We're proud of him. We are completely honored that he put his faith and his trust in us to fight for him. Today is a major win to show what the system can do. We appreciate and we're so thankful to the jury. Thank you to the court. Thank you, New York. It's been a pleasure being here and fighting in your district. Thank you so much. And listen, we appreciate the media. We do. There was a lot of reporting on the accusations. There was a lot of reporting on the indictment. Please report just as vigorously on the acquittal of these counts, please, because that's also the right thing to do. Thank you.
Ole. Okay, Nicole. Okay, Nicole. All right. Yeah, so that happens. By the way, Mark Garagos with his daughter, Tenny. Really crazy. So Cassie's now being sued. And this is why I would say, you know, Cassie kind of being seen as, hey, remember, Cassie, the charge that Diddy's convicted of is not only for Cassie in terms of prostitution, it's for the sex workers that were associated. Here's the thing. The majority of the sex workers never talked to Diddy. Diddy never spoke to them while they were in the room. They got the money from Cassie. They communicated with Cassie. Some of them had sex with Cassie outside the freak off. It was only about Cassie. So here's the thing. This guy, who I thought he was capping because he was on the Tasha K show, but he's the one, his name is Clayton. His name is Clayton. His escort name was Dave. He's suing Cassie. He claims he caught an STD from her. He claimed he got her pregnant and then she aborted it behind his back. He claimed that he was basically damn near sexually assaulted because they would do things he did not consent to. After filing a lawsuit today, he chose to speak out. This is what he said.
So good morning. I am Dave, the man who has just sued Cassandra Ventura for damages involved in the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial. And I'm looking through social media and I see a lot of the women out there, particularly black women like myself, who choose to victim shame me and try to do everything they can to discredit me, because the truth is that the loss of the Sean Combs trial was a loss to the Me Too movement and to hating women like the women who are trying to insult me. So let me tell you something, you women out there who would like to insult me. This is my story. I was paid by Cassie, Cassandra Ventura, for 8 years to be her male provider. I didn't have to be the best looking guy. I was the best in bed. And because I was the best in bed...
Let me also say this. I think every escort's going to file a lawsuit. You see what happens with a criminal trial, they validate certain things. They validated all the escorts and the sex workers, including Cassie and Jane. Cassie already got her money. Jane could claim that, you know, she didn't want to get prostituted. She could probably get some money there. But all of these escorts that supposedly work for Cowboys and Angels or whatever, and their contract said I only had to dance, but supposedly, you know, their story's going to be, you pressured me into a sexual situation. You and your boyfriend. Y'all forced me to do unprotected sex. Y'all forced me to just sit around in isolation waiting for you guys. Y'all forced me. Hey, again, remember, the veil of protection around Cassie has been lifted because a jury has now agreed she was not a victim in the sense of being forced. She's only a victim that she's actually not even really. She's just a prostitute or a sex worker. That's how they kind of claim it. Right?
Guess what? I was given this arrangement. I was coerced. I was drugged. I was manipulated with promises of money and gifts for over a period of 8 years to continue to be this woman's provider at her expense and at the expense of Diddy. Now, at the time, legally, I didn't know my rights as well as I do now. I didn't create this conflict with Cassandra Ventura. She created it with me. She's the one who decided to bring up things that happened over 10 to 15 years ago to hold Sean Combs accountable for what was a partial truth. She's the person who introduced me to the U.S. Attorney's Office. She's the person who told the U.S. Attorney's Office about our relationship. So in essence, those out there who want to hate on me, who want to say that I'm attacking Cassie, you should realize the truth, that Cassandra Ventura, your idol, did this to herself. She exposed herself to liability when she got on the stand and decided to mention me as the male escort who was with her when she overdosed and Diddy made her have sex with him. That was a lie, people. Cassie had just woke up from sleeping 8 hours. Myself and Sean Combs were exhausted. We wanted to go home. Cassie's the one who forced that sexual encounter. People, she tells you that Sean Combs made her have sex on her menstrual cycle. I can't speak for anyone else but myself. But I know the one time that did happen, that Sean Combs was not responsible for that. That Cassie, in a drunken, intoxicated, hormonally imbalanced state due to her period, manipulated and forced herself on me during her menstrual cycle. And what I mean by that is I had no knowledge she was on her menstrual cycle because the room was completely dark. She manipulated the room. She manipulated the environment to get what she wanted, and then she totally got up like I was the one who should have been grateful. You're on your period. That's disgusting, and I deserved more respect than that. As a man, if I had laid down with a woman and forced myself on her and orgasmed in her and she got up and it was leaking out of her, guess what? I would have raped her. So by statute, by case law definition, Cassandra Ventura sexually assaulted me. I'm not looking to destroy Cassie. I've given Cassie more than a year to settle this before things got out of control. The problem is she's being supported by women like you who would choose to attack male victims instead of accept the truth, which is that a woman could have lied to get revenge on the ex-boyfriend who broke her heart and hurt her. It happens, people. They say hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, and that's true. If you hurt some women, they will do everything in their power. If you hurt some men, they'll do everything in their power to hurt you. But I want to end this by saying this. Cassie did this to herself. They say he who sets out on the course of revenge should dig 2 graves. People, Cassie dug the grave that is Clayton Howard herself. Cassie got on the stand trying to destroy Diddy. She should have took her $20-30 million and walked into the sunset, people. She should have never gotten on the stand and created further liability for herself by telling more of the lie that she created to get this man sent to prison for his life. She made a mistake when she got on the stand, people. She made a mistake when she...
Yo, Nineberger said, yo, he got that famous Dex froth in his mouth, man. I believe this nigga.
got on the stand and lied about the events with Clayton Howard. Clayton Howard is a victim of Cassandra Ventura. Clayton Howard didn't ask to be in a relationship with Cassandra Ventura while she was sleeping with numerous men per week. I get it. You all think I was a nasty male prostitute sleeping with women, all different women all the time. It actually didn't work like that. To have certain types of people that can pay you that well, what you really have to do is you have to focus on people who are affluent. And affluent people don't engage in activities like that. So I might have had a client once a month. The truth is I was only a male escort for 2 years. I continued in the profession because Cassie and Diddy continued to pay me very well, and I was an ex-con.
Yeah, that's that Jamaican saying, yo. When you dig a hole, always dig two.
I needed money. Yes, I was trapped in a situation. I'll admit that. I didn't know what to do. But does that mean I should be victim shamed because the same thing that happened to women all the time happened to me as a man? No. And for those women out there, for you black women who choose to shame me as a black man for telling my truth, you should be ashamed of yourself. That's probably pretty much all I have to say. You will not see me too much in the media. I don't need the public to believe me. I just need a jury of my peers and 12 people to believe me in the court. And thanks to the testimony of Cassie during the trial of Sean Combs, I have that. Thank you for watching. Stop victim shaming.
Chat, I don't believe this nigga one bit. Gotta be honest. I'm always honest. But, listen, you know when they say the roosters have come home to roost or whatever? Or the chicken has come home to roost. Victim culture, look what you have created. This new woke culture that y'all have claimed is the ultimate form of the new civilization, unable to look people square in the eye and said, I'm not saying whatever you claim happened to you is right, but you need to take some fucking accountability. We don't do that enough, people. We don't do that enough. When you're a woman, you could do anything. Accountability is at an all-time low. You could just come back and say, nah, he sweet-talked me. He promised to pay my rent. He promised to do this. I was deserving of that. Oh, man, I think he put something in my drink. There's a million excuses to not have accountability. When you see it's as lucrative as $20 million, I mean, shit. I can't blame this gentleman right here. And according to all the feminist, victim community, he could be a victim too. None of this shit makes sense, chat. Cassie was getting millions and millions and millions of dollars, had 3 different apartments at one time. She had 2 alone in LA, driving cars, jet setting. She didn't know what a commercial flight was unless they were going to Europe. She could have left. There's a conversation, I believe, with Mia where they say, you got to get another guy. I'm going to hook you up with Michael B. Jordan. Before she got to that, they said, why you keep fucking with this nigga Puff? You know what she said? Who else am I going to date? Jay-Z got a girl. Who else am I going to date? She acted like it was 2 men in the entire world. Accountability is at an all-time low. Accountability is at an all-time low. Of course, we saw the very nasty, heinous video. Diddy putting hands, feet, elbows. I think he gave her DDT. This shit was horrible. But what happened is that there's no accountability by nobody in this case. And now that the court has ruled that Cassie is not a victim of sex trafficking, what about these men who feel like they were exposed? They couldn't speak up because when they showed up to do this encounter that they felt they were financially dependent on, they couldn't look at one of the niggas in the room who was behind the cuck chair. At times that they were worried about their sexual health and the health of the other people they were dealing with, they were told there's no condoms being used today. They were being forced to perform. I think that sounds like forced labor. But here's the problem, and this is what I've always seen about this case. It's impossible to separate the actions of Sean Combs sexually from the actions of Jane Doe and Cassie Ventura. That's the problem. That's the problem. Sexually, they're all the same. Deviants. Now, if you want to get down in the weeds of why maybe Cassie would even indulge in this, maybe she just wanted to keep him close to her. Whatever excuse you're going to tell me, I'm going to say the same thing that I'm going to say to him. It's lack of accountability. This guy said he deals with high-profile clients. They pay more. They might be into certain stuff, but certain stuff usually they're not. He got paid a pretty penny to keep discreetness, to do what he is told to do, and probably to compromise some of his integrity and his boundaries. For example, if he is used to using protection in those situations, they wanted none of that. He did it. You get what this is? And I don't know if this guy's a plant. You might be a plant, honestly. Might be a plant. Because his job seems to only flip the mirror back on the people who were crying, kicking, and screaming about Cassie and how much she's a victim. And they're saying, well, we were the one who were contracted to dance, and then there was a switcheroo, and we were intimidated of Cassie and Diddy. And I think he told a story on Tasha K. He said, yo, I'm arguing about her. She had me fuck her on a period. And then he jumps in, and I'm like, listen, I'm not trying to argue. So it's almost like a pimp. So again, chickens just come home to roost. Every escort that ever participated should be suing Diddy and Cassie or Diddy and Jane Doe. Jane Doe gonna get some bread. But if you the escort, who says that your $400 or $3,000, whatever you got paid to fuck, why you gotta stop there? Remember, this is the victim culture everybody has loved. I think they both lying. And I would tell both of them, get the fuck out of here. Cassie, hit the road, Jack. And I tell this bum ass nigga with a do-rag too. But according to y'all victim culture, they both deserve $20 million. Here's the thing. He know getting that $20 million nowadays from Diddy gonna be much harder than if you try to get $2 million from Cassie. Let's see how it goes.
Thank you. So good morning.
Okay. Also, the other guy who we just talked to, the alternate jury, he did an interview with TMZ. So this is the second interview. They went with CNN, TMZ. Here, watch this.
Closing about baby oil and Astroglide, and made a point that there were 70 Homeland Security agents, and they were able to make America safer by taking baby oil off the streets.
And Astroglide.
And Astroglide. Do you think the prosecution making a big deal of that hurt their case?
I don't think so. No, I don't think it hurt their case. They just presented. This is just the way that they wanted to present it. It was, that part was, was a nice humorous injunction, and I think the whole court laughed when he had said that. It was hard to contain ourselves a little bit, but I don't think it hurt or helped their case. But it was just evidence that they presented.
What was the evidence in your view? I mean, what was the point of it?
I think they wanted to show, and also I think the defense just wanted to, the prosecution wanted to, embarrass is a bad word to use. I'm trying to think of a better word, but
that's a question. Was it used to embarrass and to kind of paint him as a freaky guy? I mean, with 1,000 bottles of baby oil. What do you think? Because listen, you had to receive the information.
Yeah.
What did you think was behind it? Was it to embarrass? Was it to kind of paint him that way? Or do you think it was relevant to the criminal charges?
I think it was to prove something criminally, because if it was just to embarrass, it wouldn't, because the prosecution's job is not to just embarrass and mock
or to make him look like a freak.
Well, I think they did want to, they wanted to paint him as, a freaky, head of basically an enterprise kind of a guy, this big like mob boss kind of a thing with underlings that are just doing his job with oils and Astroglide. So I think they had wanted, but they presented it as evidence. But again, we looked at all the evidence equally. Whatever is presented to us, we consider everything together based on the judge's instructions. Mm-hmm.
Do you think that those videos, the freak-off videos, helped the prosecution in showing Cassie was doing it without her consent? Or in your view, did it hurt because you felt she was into it and not kind of objecting? How did you view it?
When looking at it, again, it varied in length, and in some parts of it where, it was just, basically it was Cassie or Jane rubbing baby oil on an escort, and then some were more graphic with, they were engaging in sex. So, and again, we didn't see the entirety of all the videos, but, they showed different snippets. But from what I saw, from both sides that I saw, it all did seem consensual. Nothing seemed like it was forced, and I think so. Yeah, let's leave it like that.
There has been criticism that prosecutors brought this case in the first place. Mark Agnifilo actually told us in a documentary 7 months ago that this was bedroom police, as he put it, going into Diddy's bedroom because they didn't like the way he had sex.
I think that was in his opening argument too. I think he said something to the like. Or he didn't, because he wasn't giving the opening argument. But I think the defense said something to that liking. But I'm sorry for interrupting you. But I think they did.
No, they did bring it up. What do you think of that argument?
The charges that the prosecution put forward were very serious charges. So I don't think that they were just going after they were after him because of bedroom talk. I don't think that. That's their argument. The government would countered that and said that he was a dangerous head of an enterprise and forcing people to do various things. So that was just his argument.
All right, so this guy's confirmed to what we thought. He said the freak-off videos that were shown in court wasn't necessarily about actual sex. They showed a lot of before, a lot of maybe B-roll stuff, not necessarily sex. it looks like the defense may have introduced a little bit more about sex to show that she is having fun. She's orgasming. She's having time of her life. The prosecutor was showing, apparently, the freak-off videos from an angle of this is how much control he had over this sexual situation. And this woman didn't have any control, and this amount of control in a sexual situation is almost tantamount to sex trafficking, because she's not either capable or she can't make her own decisions by all these other factors, which would make it sex trafficking, right? Okay. We got the sister of, or not sister, one of the best friends of Kim Porter. By the way, Bianca Leslie, thank you for becoming a member. Kim Porter friends LaWanda actually said that Diddy's kids didn't actually like Jane Doe at all. Listen to this. LaWanda. Give me a second. Here we go. Now, it's very interesting because there were so many people quiet about this case, and some of them seemingly were friends with Diddy, but I guess maybe strategically it was like, hey, listen, don't say anything about this case, that they could be like, oh, this is coming from associates of Diddy. But now that the case is pretty much concluded, they're now speaking out. And one is the friend of Diddy's baby mama, Kim Porter. One of her friends, or one of, the late Kim Porter's best friends, is speaking out. Check this out.
7 weeks of brutal testimony.
Yes.
Life's most embarrassing moments, if you will.
Yes.
You have a unique insight on the women who testified against Sean Combs. One of whom, Sean, is still paying for her legal bills, apparently. Tell us about each of the main players as you remember them, and what your takeaways are on Cassie, on
Jane Doe I knew her before she knew Mr. Combs, and she really wanted this. She has caused a lot of ruckus in our lives in the past 3 years, to where the kids didn't want her around. I feel like she is doing what she wanted to do to get what she wants. She has, like I'm going to say, he has tried to break up with her, and she has really flipped out and was very angry when he had a 4th child. And that really started a spiraling.
And you're talking about Jane.
Yes.
And then there's Cassie, who was the first star witness, who has moved on with her life.
Yes.
And still said from the witness stand she very much loves Sean Combs.
Yeah.
What do you make of Cassie's tale from the witness stand?
I have had to deal with her for the whole time of the relationship, because Kim, there's a picture of the 3 of them. Kim was still with him, and she was 4 months pregnant with twins. So there's a lot of things that weren't told and didn't come out in that my friend went through, and the hurt that she.
I had no idea that Cassie was fucking with Diddy when Kim Porter was pregnant with twins. That's news to me.
Caused, I am very disappointed in a lot. She's very close to my kid, and I'm just very disappointed in things that she said, because everybody had choices, and I lived it, so nobody can sit there and tell me that nobody could have done this and nobody could have did this. I lived it.
Some people would say that the women are victims of a horrible man. Other people might say that these women put up with horrible behavior because there was a payoff. How do you view it?
I feel like this, especially with number 2, who I was very, very close to. I feel that I'm not going to excuse the things that he has done that was wrong, because those are issues that he needs to work on. But they also did things that were not right, and a lot of things that were not told in court.
Wow. Again, we are hearing people finally speak up And they are speaking up pretty loudly and basically saying, hey, listen, these women who you're hearing, they're not angels. Like, we had to deal with them being homewreckers in the case of Cassie. Apparently, Kim Porter's pregnant with 2 Diddy's, with the twins, and here come Cassie. You know, she's down to do whatever. She's an eater. You know what I mean? She's down to do a freak off. She's down to do this. She's down to do that. You know, and it kind of colorizes a little bit differently because, you know, if you get a woman who comes into a man's life and they're down to do whatever, is this Fahim? This might be Fahim, right? I didn't know he showed up the last day. Fahim. Yes, it is him. This is the guy who did not show up to testify. This is him. He's there the last day, holding the umbrella over the kids. You could tell he stands firmly with Puff. I think he's owed a bag. Diddy owes him some loyalty. D-Rock too. KK too. They never took the stand. Never took the stand.
Or they are exiting the main entrance from 287.
It's all about the black excellence, baby. We'll never stop that black excellence. Now, black excellence, it's all about that. We don't have to do this one side jumps anymore. We don't have to ignore that. We can be fighting up everybody. Best well wishes for y'all, sister. Love it, make it smooth. That's how you take it.
Ms. Combs, how are you feeling this evening?
Wow. Before we get to Cassie's lawyer, I wanted to show y'all something. Something very interesting that I told you about. Remember I told you this, chat? I hate to connect a couple of dots for y'all, but you know me. As I said, there's an underground element of what's going on out here. Remember this girl? I'm going to refresh your memory, chat. This is the girl that Daffhne Joy, who was 35 or 37 at the time, went off on Diddy. Remember, she eventually slammed his head into a thing, and they started to physically fight. She called Diddy a pedophile. She said Diddy was with this woman right here. This is the woman that at the time, I believe she wasn't 19, actually. She was about close to 21, I think 20. But because Daffhne Joy was 35, Diddy fucking with her was a big thing. I think I've shown you video just to prove that she was cool with Diddy. Let me go again. I'm going to show you, you know. I love to show my proof. Got to keep the proofs here. This is her. Hold on, right here. This is the picture she posted later or at a time. She said, "More life, happy birthday to my twin flame, Diddy." Her twin flame, okay? Daffhne Joy, who was an agent, you know, agent LSW, whatever you want to think that means, it means, was mad that Diddy was hanging out with this fly young ting, okay? He was very upset. She was very upset, right? Now, you know what's interesting about this, chat? Very interesting about this, other than the angle that we've seen this time and time again. The agent hoe gets mad at the new hoe, and she calls you a pedophile because you like a younger woman than her. Because a lot of women feel like as they age, your preference in women should always be their age. It's just not how it goes. A pedophile is only if you like prepubescent teens, which means you'll be liking children, right? This is a grown-ass woman even at the time. But I got something for y'all, chat. You know, if I'm bringing it back up, I got something for you. So this is a woman. And I said, man, Diddy had him good, huh? Diddy was banging her out. He was banging out Jade Ramey. She's a fine specimen. Diddy had it all. He had it all. He was banging Shorty out too. Like, oh my God. Like Diddy was having it his way. Now, let me go back to this girl right here. You want to know why she's interesting, chat? You want to know why she's interesting? And let's see if y'all connect the dots here. And let me and if y'all are mind blown what I say next, if y'all are mind blown about what I say next, spam the mind blown emoji. Or if you're new, just hit me with a still face. Remember, this is who Daffhne Joy tried to fight Diddy over and called him a pedophile. Look at this math right here. Kanye West, balcony, mystery woman. Now, chat, what we gonna figure out is how come we keep seeing the same women with some of the same dudes? Don't believe me. Don't believe me. That picture might be bad. Just go to Reddit. They have it all. Okay? Kanye was with Julia Fox at the time. He was seen with 2 different women, and he was supposedly rumored to be having a threesome. Or now you could think what that is. Everyone, if you go look, this is 4 years ago. 4 years ago. Look. Because somebody's going to ask, who is this? Yo, who is that girl? Watch, you'll figure it out. Figure it out. Maybe they don't say it there. Someone said it. Like, I figured it out. She was the same woman on the balcony. Chat, she was the same woman on the balcony. I think you got to go to some of these. Actually, I could just put in her name. I'll put her name. It's the same woman on the balcony. Now, let me ask y'all a question without asking it, chat. Daffhne Joy goes to Kanye West freak off. And Diddy is messing with a new girl that Ye just had a threesome with, all in the same 6-7 months. Is it possible that both of them are... Yo, that's my partner over here. All right, yo, I'm going to send you a bitch, you send me a bitch. This is like trading Pokemon cards. Somebody said they're escorts. That's too simple of an answer. Diddy, Ye are into a certain type of sexual lifestyle. They're trading women. Do I got to spell it out even more? You don't get it? If you look at it in isolation, why the hell is Daffhne Joy at Kanye West's freak off? Wait, Kanye West is doing freak offs? Sounds crazy. Remember, they also have a nickname for him. Why is there a nickname? Why is Kanye being called Bear? Why did Kanye send $9,000? Why is a woman that we see Kanye, remember Jane Doe is during this time, 2022. Why is a woman that Kanye West popped out on a balcony with, when he popped out with 2 of them, why is that woman now with Diddy a couple months later saying my twin flame? You don't think they were just competing for women, right? Maybe they're in the same type of, that know the women who do this. They pass along other women. What was asked to Jane Doe when she went to that Vegas thing? They said to Jane Doe, do you know any other people we could bring into this? She says, yeah, I know a guy. Anton. No, it wasn't Anton. She was talking about Cabral, I believe. Ain't that ironic? I've never seen this woman with anybody else. I see her with Diddy and with Ye. Fucking ironic, huh? Yeah. So this is, if you look, this is on Kanye Tither. They're gonna, yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is her. Interesting. Feels like Ye and Diddy were more than Eskimo brothers, right? Yeah, chat, you know I'm investigating all this. So, chat, you want to bet if I go down the rabbit hole, Anton had sex in Diddy freak-offs and allegedly had sex in Ye freak-offs. Is that a coincidence? One guy is having sex in Diddy freak-offs, and he has sex in Ye freak-offs. But a girl who calls Diddy her twin flame is seen on a balcony after a purported threesome or some sexual experience in a hotel with Ye. Maybe it's coincidence, right? Maybe. 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 So I believe this is her. This one, I don't know who this is, right? This isn't the Aliana girl, right? Right? No, I think it's this one. I wonder who she is. Interesting. 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 Julia Fox.
Julia Fox is opening up about her past, including...
Let me not say what I think. Ye was supposedly with her at this time,
reflecting on her brief relationship with Kanye
while Ye was doing all of this with other women, 2 chicks in a hotel.
West. In an interview with UK's The Sunday Times, the Uncut Gem star admitted that she regrets her relationship with the artist. I regret that relationship so much. I hate it. It was only a few weeks, but enough to last me a lifetime. I was in probably the most uncomfortable position in my life, and that's saying a lot. I don't want to be known for being anyone's girlfriend, she told the outlet. The TV host also noted that Kanye was insistent on showing off their relationship, which made her suspect that he was trying to get under the skin of his ex-wife, Kim Kardashian. It wasn't my idea for it to go public. If anything, I was like, we should wait, and then boom, it was done behind my back. I realized pretty quickly I was being used as a pawn. The outlet noted claims that Joy had previously revealed in her memoir, Down the Drain, which was released in 2023, such as that Kanye would send a stylist to dress her in an outfit that he had pre-approved, that during one of their beginning dates, a photographer was also present, and that the rapper had sent pictures of the two of them together to Interview Magazine's editor, asking her to tell them how they met, and changing her text when he didn't like what she wrote. Julia also spoke about her son's impact. I really credit my son for being my grounding force. It was like, I can't go down this spiral because no man, no matter how rich or famous, is worth 1 minute away from my child. She then reflected about that time in her life. I'm not about to hold a grudge and make my life miserable because I'm still angry about something. At some point, you have to forgive and move on because you think you're...
Since Kanye wanted you to sign an NDA when the two of you were dating, did you hear from him or anyone on his team before releasing your memoir?
Oh, no. Good question. You did not?
No.
I mean, you haven't heard from any of them now?
No.
Okay. Thank you, virtual fans. Julia, you write about this in the book. Susanna Breslin wants to know, during your time as a dominatrix, what was the #1 thing you learned about men?
How did Julia... And yes, while she doesn't name names, she does talk about some of her very public relationships, including the one with the man she calls the artist.
I have to ask you about Kanye.
Yeah.
It's a pretty short part of the book. How do you feel about all the attention that relationship got?
I mean, obviously I knew I would get some attention, but I didn't even have the like scope to fully understand, you know, like how big of a star he was.
Fox and Kanye West were very briefly linked in the beginning of 2022 after she separated from her ex as he was divorcing from Kim Kardashian.
But it wasn't like a grab for attention.
No.
Yourself going forward.
I hope.
Interesting. Anyway, we'll piece that together another time. I've learned a lot. We'll piece it together another time. Cassie's lawyer, Douglas Wigner, is now speaking up about the verdict and his reaction to it.
You were inside of that courtroom when this verdict was read. This has been something that you have been representing Cassie Ventura for well over a year. A lot at stake here. Yes, for Sean Combs, but for Cassie Ventura. What were you feeling when you were inside that courtroom?
Well, I think there was a lot of mixed emotions in the courtroom, generally speaking. Obviously, we would have liked to have seen convictions on the RICO charges and the sex trafficking charges, but Cassie prompted this investigation by the Southern District, and now Sean Combs stands before the court as a convicted felon of 2 federal crimes. He faces significant incarceration. Not the exact outcome that we wanted, but we are grateful to the jury for finding a guilty verdict on those 2 federal crimes.
I want to get back to what you were just talking about, but first I have to ask you, have you had the chance to speak with Cassie?
I have, yeah. So I had an opportunity to speak with her, as did the government prosecution team. She's of the same view. Back in November of 2023, Cassie had a choice. She could accept an 8-figure settlement offer and move on with her life and sign non-disclosure agreements, or she could file a civil lawsuit and hold Sean Combs responsible for what he did to her and shine a light on his behavior. She showed great courage, great bravery to choose the latter of those 2 options. She turned away the money at first. Ultimately, the case settled the day after. And she went through a year-long process of preparing for this trial. I thought, and I think people who saw her testify, she was a great witness. She was graceful. She shined a light on this. Jane read the complaint. She came forward. Many other people have come forward, are going to be seeking to hold Sean Combs responsible in the civil courts. And so it's not all lost. He's now, as I said, he's never been held responsible for anything in his lifetime. He was acquitted on charges when he was in New York with a gun case, and now he is a 2-time convicted felon, 2 federal charges. The government indicated after the jury verdict was read that they're going to be seeking consecutive terms, and they're going to be seeking lengthy prison incarceration. And so Cassie was comforted in knowing that not only has she played a role in the criminal prosecution, but that she has shined a light on this behavior by Sean Combs, and many other people have come forward, not only about him, but about other people in the entertainment world as well.
Now, I want to go back to something you said, which is when she filed that civil suit in November 2023, that this is really what started it all. And it really is in the civil sense, but also in the criminal sense. In this trial, and I was in the courtroom for most of the days, we heard both the defense and the prosecution say that this investigation, this federal investigation, began because of Cassie Ventura. How does that weigh on her to realize that Sean Combs would not have even been in a courtroom if not for her?
Well, I think it's given her some agency in life, where for 10 years he told her what had to be done and she had no choice. This was her ability to say, no, I'm not going to accept this 8-figure settlement. I'm going to file this lawsuit. And that's what she did. And so she is really gratified in knowing that other people have come out since the filing of the civil lawsuit, and that you're correct. As far as I know, there was no pending investigation into Sean Combs prior to her filing the civil lawsuit. We were contacted very soon after we filed, and this investigation ensued. And the team, the prosecution team, I thought did an excellent job. Again, not the outcome I'm sure that they wanted. They didn't get the top counts, but they at least were able to secure 2 convictions of 2 federal felony charges.
Now, you mentioned the settlement, which, as you are saying right here, that Cassie had 2 choices, which was take the money, sign an NDA, or file a civil suit. She chose to file the civil suit. Now, she did reach a settlement within 24 hours. It was very quick, but this was after she filed the civil suit, after all of her bombshell allegations were out in the world. And yet, in this trial, the defense seized on money, not just for Cassie, but also for Jane. The defense, and this is not a direct quote, I'm summarizing, but Mark Agnifilo, in his closing, he said, Cassie Ventura is the winner here. He called her the winner. He said she's sitting somewhere in the world with $30 million. She's not naive like the prosecutors are telling you. She knew exactly what she was doing, and she's the winner. How did that make you feel, and her feel, to use the word winner when the jury and the world, by the way, has seen her being horrifically beaten on camera?
Yeah, I mean, thanks to your great reporting and the video that saw the light of day, obviously Cassie Ventura at that point in time and today is not the winner. She endured 10 years of abuse where she had to engage in days-long sexual acts with UTIs. She alleged that she was raped, and so to call her a winner, even though she did get $30 million, part from, as she testified, part from Sean Combs, part from the hotel. No amount of money is going to ever undo what she had to endure and what she had to go through. So I think both she and I didn't really take well to that as her being a winner. And frankly, the fact of the matter is that when she testified, she had already been paid the $30 million. So she had no vested interest in anything other than telling the truth on that witness stand. And while the jury did not convict on the sex trafficking charge, I mean, I think it's important for your viewers to know, in the criminal justice system, the standard is very high. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. The civil justice system is very different. It's a preponderance of the evidence, more likely than not. So it is a very high burden. The jury found that the government did not meet that burden, but that doesn't mean that what she said isn't true.
Mm-hmm. Now, his defense during their closing also called Cassie and Combs' relationship, and again, this is not a direct quote, but a great modern love story. How did she feel when she heard that? And I'm curious, has she been following all of the testimony? Because she was one of the first witnesses. She was on the stand for 4 days talking about what she says happened to her. Cassie, as we all know, is now a new mother of 3. She was on that witness stand when she was very pregnant, 8.5 months pregnant. Has she just been focused on family, or has she been following this, and how difficult has it been if she has been following?
Yeah, so I mean, she is primarily and has been focused on her family. She did testify when she was 8 months pregnant. And she is really trying to look forward. And when I gave my statement after her testimony, I made very clear that she was looking forward. She did not want to think about the case any longer. She had given her testimony and now wanted to just concentrate on her family. And she's done that. I mean, obviously, it's almost impossible not to see some of the media about the case. And so she has seen some of that. I can tell you that some of the comments that were made in the closing argument I thought were repugnant, frankly, calling those sorts of behaviors as a modern day relationship, saying that she enjoyed sex, saying she was a gangster, things like that. I don't think even with the jury verdict that they would have given that any credit. And I don't think anyone who actually listened to the testimony and watched the testimony would either. And I thought that those were sort of gratuitous comments that really weren't based on any real fact.
After Cassie filed her civil lawsuit in November 2023, since there has been roughly 70, that's 70 suits that have been filed against Sean Combs. He denies all of these allegations, but the allegations coming from women, men, minors over the course of decades, egregious accusations of people being drugged at auditions, being drugged at his infamous white parties, not remembering a single thing after they were handed a drink, and then being sexually assaulted. Given that none of these suits had come out prior to Cassie filing that lawsuit, does she feel like she has made a difference and like she is shining a light on not just the abuse that she alleged of Sean Combs, but for survivors around the world?
Yeah, definitely. And that was one of her major objectives, frankly, when she rejected an 8-figure settlement, was not only to shine a light, but to give a voice to others who were suffering in silence. And she knew that there were others out there. And so to now see, as reported, numbers in the 50, 60, 70 or more allegations or lawsuits, I think that she's been vindicated in what she did. So many people would never have chosen that path. If you've got two paths, one is to take an 8-figure settlement and move on with your life versus taking the other path of rejecting it, and you might not see a penny, but you actually get to go public and shine a light on what happened, and maybe others come forward. She should really be applauded for what she did.
Mm-hmm. And as I said, the National Domestic Violence Hotline, I had asked them for some reporting if they had seen an influx of calls after Cassie came forward, and they had. The numbers really spiked. She spoke directly to survivors of domestic violence. When she posted on her Instagram, she thanked everyone, and she said that domestic violence is the problem. Has she been hearing from different survivors ever since she came forward?
A lot of the different organizations that support survivors have reached out to her and to us, because she is really, not the official spokesperson, but what she did was so brave and courageous, and so people see that, and they have shown fortitude in coming forward as well. I can tell you anecdotally as well, just that my law firm, which handles many of these cases, has seen a great increase in the number of cases since she came forward, because other people, women primarily, feel empowered that if Cassie can do this, I can do it as well. And so, my hat really goes out to her. I'm really proud to be her lawyer. There aren't many clients like her.
Mm-hmm. Now, when our team at CNN released that hotel surveillance footage, I had reached out to you for comment, which is a common practice in journalism, and you gave us a statement that we used in our report. But I've never been able to ask you a question, which I am curious. Had Cassie ever seen that video before our team aired it?
She hadn't, but we had described it in the complaint, and so when the video came out, it corroborated everything that she said. She had heard that a video was out there. She wasn't sure exactly what had happened with it, but she had never actually seen it. But it really, when we saw it and we look back at the complaint, it really, again, it was just amazing to see how it corroborated everything that she had said in that civil complaint.
So everything in her civil complaint was from her memory. It was her experience, and she had told you that.
That's right.
But she had not seen it. What was it like for her to see it? And I recognize that as I'm asking you this, it was our network that aired it, but to see it in such a public way, and suddenly have this very private moment out there, what was that like for her?
I think it was very disturbing for her. Again, she's never, and she never will get over the treatment that she suffered. If we didn't have that video, I'm sure Sean Combs would have denied that there was any physical incident at the hotel on that day. If she didn't have the pictures and photographs of other incidents, he would have denied those as well. And so obviously the video shows what he did. Her views and the general public views, I think, uniformly were disgusted by what was on that.
Mm-hmm. What do you think happens next with all of these civil suits? Of course, you do not represent all of them, but now that Sean Combs, he has been convicted, he's a criminal now. He was found by a jury to have committed 2 federal crimes, but as you said, not the outcome that you were necessarily hoping for. Do you believe that these civil accusers will be scared because he won't be serving life in prison, or do you believe that they will still be emboldened to pursue their claims against him?
Well, I think from a plaintiff's lawyer's perspective, they're probably happy, frankly, that he's not going to be in jail because, he'll have his assets, and they'll be able to take his deposition, they'll be able to participate in discovery. If he were in jail, sort of like Harvey Weinstein, those cases have been difficult to get any compensation for, given his situation. If he had been convicted on RICO, there may have been asset forfeiture along with that as well. So, just from a practical standpoint, not a bad thing for those civil cases. And even if he had been convicted of RICO and/or sex trafficking, that wouldn't have necessarily have helped those other plaintiffs, because most likely that sort of evidence would have been excluded from those civil trials anyway. So, net, I don't think there's really, it might even be a positive, frankly, for those other civil lawsuits. I can't really comment on, the strength of those lawsuits. We only have one of them actually pending, but, I hope that the ones that are valid all succeed.
And will you be pursuing that one client's claim?
For sure, yes.
So interesting to hear that perspective. And of course, you represented victims of Harvey Weinstein as well. Now, you're also a former prosecutor. So what do you think we're looking at here for sentencing when it comes to these two convictions? Each carry a maximum term of 10 years. The prosecutors have said that they will be pursuing these 20 years to be served consecutively. What do you think is realistic?
I don't think that I'm really the person that would be as qualified to answer that question, but I know the government feels strongly about seeking whatever maximum term that they can do under not only the federal laws but also the sentencing guidelines. And in addition, that they feel that some of the other non-acquitted facts that sort of go to bolster their position that he should be sentenced to maximum or consecutive terms, that they will pursue all of those avenues to the extent that they can do so in a legal and plausible way. And so it would be hard for me to ultimately guess, but I would say this: he definitely faces a substantial prison term, and I do believe he's going to be serving years, plural. It would be very difficult for me to gauge how many years, though.
Cassie took the stand for 4 days, and she testified about what, quite frankly, are some of the most embarrassing and traumatic moments of her life, things that she may have wanted to go to the grave with had it not been for testifying in this trial. How difficult was that for her, or was it cathartic in some sense?
I think it was both. It was both. It was very difficult, and it was cathartic. If you were in the courtroom and you observed her, she just answered the questions, I thought, in a very graceful, and I think I'm trying to speak as objectively as possible, I thought, in a forthright manner. I don't believe that the jury disbelieved her in reaching its conclusion. I think the jury ultimately found that the government hadn't met its burden beyond a reasonable doubt under a very complex and difficult statute. And when you think of sex trafficking, sometimes people conjure images of minors and bringing people in from other countries and things like that, and not this sort of behavior, which technically could be argued as sex trafficking. But I think that she, when she filed the civil complaint, she knew that a lot of this would become public. She didn't know at the time.
All right, Douglas, I hear my boy. The chef that supposedly claimed that she used to have to serve Diddy food during the freak-offs, she was set to be testifying, but she never took the stand. Now she's speaking out. Like, everybody's speaking out after the trial. What the fuck?
As one of the actual minor victims to Sean Combs' physical assault while I was employed by him, as someone who was a witness to the abuse towards Cassandra Ventura Fine during my time of working for Sean Combs, I would just like to say that this is a grave miscarriage of justice. And I would like to also address that last year on March 20th, I was contacted by the federal government. They showed up at my door with badges. I refused to speak to them because I was terrified. So I was served with a grand jury subpoena that day before they left my home in Atlanta, Georgia. I confided in 3 different people about that visit from the feds. Terrified is actually an understatement. By April 11th of 2024, I was being contacted by Sean Combs' initial lawyer, Aaron Dyer. I have a voicemail that he left and text messages stating that Mr. Combs was aware of the visit from the government and that they would like to extend to cover my legal fees. These are facts. This, in my opinion, was witness tampering. I was supposed to testify this year on May 20th. I was in New York. It was announced. It was on CNN that I was supposed to be testifying, and I was pulled because I flipped out on the government. These are also facts. I want to be very clear. As a victim, as a former employee of Sean Combs, I do not feel safe. I am extremely traumatized. I do not know where to go from here. I did submit my own letter to the judge. I stand by everything that I said. I knew that he beat Cassie Ventura Fine in 2009. I know that she was dragged from the vehicle, okay? I know that I saw her 2 days later at the London hotel when me and one of his assistants brought her a bag, okay? This was a miscarriage of justice. And beyond any of this, I don't really have anything more to say. And I really don't know where to go from here. Just know that I am terrified and I am traumatized. And it's honestly, fuck him.
Well, damn. Now, she claims she was down to testify. They didn't give her an opportunity to testify. So she's getting on social media to let it be known what she thinks about this. The majority of people are still like responding and, you know, kind of we're still getting response. It's kind of like mixed. Some people are like, whatever. Some people are like, nah, this is what should have happened. Really quickly, I think Drake dropping something tonight. I think it's going to be late, though. What was a beautiful girl? Yeah, so Drake has announced that it's on the way, okay? 9 p.m. Now, I hate when they say 9 p.m. Does it mean 9 p.m. in Toronto, 9 p.m. in New York, 9 p.m. in Lagos, 9 p.m. in Antarctica, 9 p.m. in Hawaii? We don't know the time slot, but Drake is saying 9 p.m. Now, I don't know what it is. And I actually was about to hit Drake and say, yo, Drake, what I tell you about dropping new music and not giving me the heads up. But I'm gonna be honest with you, because I you know, there's a group of Drake fans out there who lack accountability, and every time Drake do something, they just blame me for it. I actually do want to be surprised when new shit of Drake comes out. So, yeah, I'm not even going to ask him about it. Hopefully it's music. I didn't talk to him about music recently. I talked about some other shit. Hopefully it's music, and hopefully it's good, you know? I don't know if this is the rollout of this, like, alleged Project Iceman. I don't know. Again, I haven't talked to him about music. Last thing he told me about music was, dog, he said, yo, my talk soon come. I'm like, all right, that's all I needed to hear. That's all I needed to hear. My talk soon come, act. Okay, all right, say less then. So I'm gonna do what all the Drake fans, because anytime they get mad and they can't blame Drake, they try to blame me. I'm not asking Drake about the motherfucking music, whether he leaked something or whatever. Actually, I did ask him for the leak, but whatever. Not like his actual album, you know, because some people actually believe that, you know, it takes the air out of the music when Act gets online and be like, nah, it's the song goes like this, and no, nigga. I'm just like, yo, again, if it's good, it's good. If it's not, it's not. So we will see. But apparently he's dropping something. I would imagine it's music. From what I'm hearing, people are saying that Mealy Mall had tweeted some stuff out that kind of matches this. I don't know. I really just don't fucking know. And I want to be pleasantly surprised. Now, let me tell you what pleasantly surprised means. We need a rap track by Drake. Now, I'm going to keep it a bean with you. I never liked the first... Was God's Plan the first single off of Scorpion? Anytime Drake drops a single, like, oh, this is the beginning of the rollout type of shit, I never like it. I always hate... You know that song? But it's over and it's on. I always hated that song. That song was so... He had dropped, I think, for what album did he drop? Six God. The song Six God? I hated that song. Like, but I don't think that was the first song for Take Care. What was the first single for Take Care? Maybe it was. Headlines was lit. I might be too soon, confidence, overdose. Yeah, that was lit. So, I don't know. I don't know if he's doing singles. I don't know if he's just dropping something. You know, I'm always happy if he's dropping music, period. I don't think we need to drop, like, warm-up singles these days. I hope whatever song he's dropping is just fire. So, again, I want to hear some rap. It doesn't have to be a timestamp record. Something with a dope hook. And I'm not going to lie. I think Drake's been on a good run right now. He's been on a good run. As long as this is not like a miss. As long as it's not a miss, it's good. Because I'm going to be honest with you. I think Drake's been on a good run with some sexy songs for you. Everybody's been liking that album. He don't got to do too much. And here's the thing, too. You don't have to rush music out. Your ops drop music every once in 3 years, bro. Like, you have one of the hottest albums out this year. Just make sure your next move is your best move, right? So I'm down to see what it is. But I couldn't tell you what it would be. But 9 o'clock is coming. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. I'm hearing titles, something called What Did I Miss? I don't know. Again, honestly, I haven't asked him. I'm going to play the fan on this one. I could ask him, but y'all know I could ask him. By the way, why didn't y'all tell me Rumble wasn't on? Rumble was off for the whole fucking stream. Rumble was off for the whole damn stream, but it's on now. Okay. Boy. Okay, great. So yeah, I really don't know what it is. I see people taking the opportunity to already title it. I don't know. I'm hoping it comes out officially on DSPs. The fact that it's coming out on a Friday at 9 p.m., it might be just a freestyle. It might be on SoundCloud. It might be, you know, anytime Drake promises a DSP. By the way, we're going to stay on until 9, so it's an hour and a half. We'll stay on. But if it don't drop at 9, I'm getting off immediately. I'm not waiting a second. Because Drake and DSPs don't... Drake will be like, yo, it's coming out at midnight. You stay up till midnight. Nah, it's coming at 3. You're like, okay, I'm at 3. Nah, it's 6, bro. It's 6. Nah, it just strings you along. So I'm gonna see what it is, but I'm interested to see if this is gonna be dropped via DSPs, because why not just drop it? Why not just drop it at midnight last night? Right? Last night didn't really have no big releases. Youngboy moved off of the date. Shout out to Youngboy. You know, I was actually supposed to link with my boy yesterday. He was in New York, but he had to dip out to Amsterdam. I don't know what's out there. But yeah, so he moved his date back, I think, to like the 25th or something of this month. So last night was kind of like an open, in terms of bigger artists dropping some shit. I don't think Drake would have had no competition. So this is what makes me think, is he dropping via DSPs? Because why not drop last night, right? Now, granted, I keep telling you, I hear it's a really interesting and ongoing situation with him and his label. They don't like him, he don't like them, but of course they'll still put his music out. Like, everybody's still doing business. But it's one of those things where he don't consult with the label, which he kind of hasn't done for a long time. So I wonder if, you know, he's just telling them, shut the fuck up. I'll turn my music in whenever. Just drop it when I say so. Who knows? Who knows? But 9 p.m., that's what we're getting. 9 p.m. It is definitely amazing and really inspirational that Drake can announce new music damn near 15 years from when he kind of popped off, and we still give a fuck that much. We have to applaud him for that. Like, we care so much, and it's not his first rodeo. This guy's been around forever, but, you know, goes to show his dominance, you know? Does anyone have a snippet of the song? Nah, I don't want to hear no snippet. I've never heard the song, by the way. Anyway.
And that the government would investigate it, but as that process and her preparations for trial ensued, you know, she knew that she would be asked some very personal, detailed questions that she was prepared to do. She knew that she had to do it because she was vested in the process, and she put a lot of time and effort into it.
Mm-hmm. Was there ever a consideration that she wouldn't do this? When the government began investigating her claims and asked her to testify, did she ever say, I don't want to put myself?
There were a lot of times, yeah, Elizabeth. I mean, I think that there were, it was a roller coaster at times. There were certainly days where she didn't want to testify. You know, and that's natural. I mean, it's a lot that the government was asking of her, and she ultimately did what they wanted her to do. She testified truthfully, but, you know, just having to subject yourself to cross-examination, and ultimately, when you're done, have a lawyer say the sorts of things that were said in the closing argument about her. That's not easy for anyone to endure, which is why I hold her in such high esteem.
All right, he's just chatting. Okay. Let me see. What else is going on? Let's kind of look through some hip-hop topics. Let's go. Yeah, we're kind of getting, you know, this is like the post-game press conference for the Diddy stuff. We're not going to be doing Diddy this entire time. Tory Lanez's father says he'll be coming home very soon. There are movements happening in the background, new evidence. He'll be home sooner than you think. I wonder if at this point, this is like propaganda. I love Tory. There's nothing that suggests he's coming home soon. Like, I hate to even say it, bro. But, like, it probably encourages people, right? It's like when Dirk was saying Rondo is coming home at Christmas. You're like, nigga's been 10 Christmases. What's up? You know, fans should have some hope. But, you know, there's a couple key decisions that are waiting. If they go his way, yes, he will be coming home. But, you know, still, you know, I've given my score of what I think his chances are for those. It's not overwhelming. So, you know, to say he's definitely coming home, I wouldn't say that. But there is a pathway for him to come home. So we'll see, man. Tory, keep your head. I know you're still recovering a bit. But, you know, everybody out here loves you, man. Okay, what else is going on? There's a robot in the hood. What the hell? It was spotted on the 7 Mile in Detroit. Wait, are these robots like remote controlled? Oh, they're doing a video. Yeah, they're doing cameras and shit. Yeah. Wait, is there a remote that controls this thing, or is it just straight up AI? He's waving. They said the robot's already on crack, man, in Detroit. Yo, I went to Detroit, love Detroit, but I'm not gonna lie, man. A city that needs like a overall makeover. Like downtown is like real beautiful. Like you go like 3 blocks, you're like, what the hell? You wonder if you're still in America. I ain't gonna cap with you. An anonymous person who made $7,800 investment in Bitcoin in 2011 just touched their wallet for the first time in 14 years. Oh, wow. Shit. Okay. That nigga about to be tricking like a motherfucker. So YoungBoy fans are pissed he pushed the album back to the 25th. YB fans, chill out, man. He got a lot going on. He got a head on his shoulders. He's sober. He's trying to give y'all the right music, the right collabs. He's trying to make sure it's right. He's not half-assing it. Yo, like the previous version of YoungBoy would have just said, fuck it. It's out, it's out. He wants to do a proper rollout. He wants to do shit associated with it. Y'all, yo, let me tell y'all this about fans. Y'all can't not want y'all GOAT to be goated, right? Like, you want him to give half-ass effort, just send out a tweet and do an Instagram live for 20 minutes and that's the promo? Or do you want him to, like, do it the right way? If he got some good music, he's finally sober, he got a story to tell, hey, you know, like he was shooting a lot of videos, time kind of came up when the album's going to drop, he pushed it back. It's all good. It's all good. He's not doing the Cardi. He gave you another date. Cardi wouldn't give you a date. Cardi wouldn't give y'all niggas a date. That's a fact. Cardi wouldn't give niggas a date. That's a fact. So please don't do that. Also, I'll be honest with him and I'll tell him like he can't be on Young Thug timing. I think Young Thug is at the risk at this moment of missing the mark and the timing of the momentum that comes from people wanting to celebrate you getting out of something like, for example, a RICO or racketeering trial, right? By the way, I did see that Young Thug want to get up with YB. I don't know Thug like that, but I'm pretty sure somebody made it happen. The sad incident that happened was Mellow Buck's Chicago party was actually shot up. 12 people got shot. It's a match. No, actually, it was 19. 19 people got shot. Supposedly 4 got killed. Listen to this chat.
Look. Yeah. Duck down, baby, duck down. Hey, shoot like a motherfucker, duck down. Police, right? I've been having. Look.
Yeah, this is like a war zone. They're driving to the bullets. So, nigga, I would have hit the quickest U-turn possible, okay? Apparently the scene was filled with blood and all type of other shit. Here's a video. Wait, who has all the videos? I gotta go to Chicago Wave. Chicago Wave. By the way, Drill, don't put none of this shit up on my Instagram, okay? We're gonna just have this for the live, and that's it. There's even a video of the actual shooting. I think that's too much. I don't want to show that shit. Like the dudes roll up in a vehicle. There's 2 shooters. They shoot 19 times, and supposedly either it's 1 bullet to a person or somehow they have hella crazy accuracy because they shot 19 people. Whatever. I'm not even gonna play that. Aftermath is gruesome. Bunch of blood. This, that, and third. This is where you see someone like 600 Breezy who's addressing the violence to say, man, y'all niggas gotta do better. He say, yo, y'all shot all them girls. Niggas, bitches, for real. Get out the car and get up on your target. Innocent women and kids ain't points, you fucking flats. And he says, but you niggas ain't have no structure of big homies, so y'all born goofies with no guidance and gonna die the same goofy way you've been living your whole life. Love you, 600 Breezy, but worst advice ever. No. You should definitely kill them there. It's just that just don't shoot from the car. Just hop out and execute them motherfuckers, okay? Make sure you put a bullet in their dome, okay? Just make sure you kill them in front of their kids. Just make sure you didn't hit the kids. Really horrific advice. The only possible advice should be is we hope the violence subsides. That's it. This whole, like, this is not a war zone, okay? It's not a war zone. And if y'all think it's a war zone, they should lock all y'all niggas who think it's appropriate to do daily shootouts. Let's lock y'all on the island and let's play some type of Hunger Games, and who comes back, y'all could survive in a regular world. But this fact that y'all claim that shooting should be happening around kids, around people who got nothing to do with it, at release parties, y'all are bananas. All that, let's run up type of stuff, please stop it. It sounds stupid. Incredibly stupid. Okay, now there's so much like talk about this. They're saying Mellow Bucks is a rapper that talks hot. She's always getting into male beefs. Apparently her best friend got shot. Her brother got shot and killed. And apparently her boyfriend got shot and killed. So, looked like maybe some of the targeted shooting was for them, which is very unfortunate if that's the case, okay? What's this? Okay. So releases we were waiting on for the last half. I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. We're waiting for YB, okay? YB. That's YB, bro. YB, bro. YB, bro. YB, bro. YB, bro. YB, bro. It's okay. YB, bro. It's okay. Long as Youngboy drops, we be fine. What's this? There's a Milwaukee sound you're breaking out. Okay, cool. Let me see what No Jumper got posted. No Jumper have like a world of their own, bro. There's another sex worker. It's a holiday weekend, chat. It's kind of slow, so, bear with me. There's another sex worker. Actually, Vlad done found like 3 of the sex workers. He just interviewed one. Listen to this nigga. How Vlad find all the sex workers, isn't this? I think he got an interview going with 2 of them right now.
So, as you guys start the sex, what happens then?
He just kind of like walking around, watching, kind of instructing her, telling her like to talk dirty and to like switch positions, tell her get up, do this, and then like would be like stop, and she wanted me to dance for her in between us having sex. So we just like set up a little set.
Now this is a little bit different, chat, because this is sex with Jane Doe, not Cassie. So this was a sex worker that worked with 50's baby mom, not Cassie.
Cut the lights on. She'll be like, tell me to pick 2 songs. She'll pick 2 songs and kind of dance in between. And then he's just like watching, walking around watching and kind of instructing her. He'd like tell her to sit down and then tell me to sit down. I'll sit down. She'll dance for me a little bit, kind of just like mixing it up. And he's pretty much just directing her, telling her what to do while I'm dancing for her.
Well, didn't Jane Doe ask you to take off the condom?
Yeah.
And what did you say?
I said no. And then she was like, well, could you come on me? So when I came, I pulled the condom off and came on her.
Okay. Before that happened, though, what was Diddy doing as you guys are having sex?
He was sitting in the corner with his shirt off, and then at one point, like right before I came, he was sitting in the corner. He had his hands in his pants with his shirt off, and he was just sitting there. And then he would get up, and then he'd just be walking around smoking, like sipping a drink, smoking as me and her having sex, and just kind of telling her, do this, put more baby all on yourself, kind of instructing her throughout the process.
Right, but wasn't he pleasuring himself at one point?
Yeah.
Okay. So I remember when I talked to Punisher, right? He said that he was given, very clear instructions to not even, address Diddy on any point. Don't look him in the eye. don't act like he's even there. He said the first time that him and Diddy actually locked eyes was when he was leaving the stand, in court. Was there any of that? Like, don't look at Diddy, don't talk to Diddy, or was this more kind of like?
No, when he was walking around, I looked at him. He was like, I'm not even here. But like at the same time, like I know you tried to record when I was first dancing for us, so I'm like conscious of him walking around. And he was like, act like I'm not even here,
Okay, so you guys have sex with a condom while Diddy's watching.
Yeah.
Does he leave before you actually come?
No, he stayed in there.
He's actually in there.
Yeah.
Okay. And Punisher told me the exact same story, that basically he would have sex with Cassie, in his case, and right before he came, he'd have to pull out and bust on her stomach. So that's exactly what you did.
Yeah.
So after you bust, what happens next?
I get up and I go into the bathroom to take a shower, and then when I walk in the bathroom, in the tub, it's like this much hot water, and there's like 10 bottles of baby oil in the bathtub and like 5 bottles of Astroglide, and it's just like floating in hot water. So when I walk in there, I'm like, So I'll stick my hand in the water, and like the water is like very hot. So I was like, they must have just put this in here. And I think to myself, well, I just used like 2 bottles of baby oil. So why do they got this many? Like, what they gonna be doing with all these bottles, So
there's just a massive amount of baby oil in that tub.
Massive amount of baby oil in the tub.
Okay. Well, the one thing Punisher told me that was very interesting, he told me part of the story off camera, but he said that every time he would bust, before he came, Diddy would walk in the other room and close the door. And as soon as he would come, she would like jump up and like just try to hold kind of like the cum on her stomach, like the liquid gold, make sure it didn't spill, and just run into the other room and bring it to Diddy. And what he said that was really funny was that he was actually relieved after watching the court case, because he assumed that Diddy was eating it the whole time. And when he found out that she would rub it on his nipples, he was like halfway relieved. He was like, okay, I guess that's better than Diddy eating it, I guess.
Oh my God.
Do you have any idea what Jane Doe and Diddy did with your man juice after you were done?
Well, I finished, I'm in the shower and I'm thinking to myself, like, I just came on, like, she's not going to come get in the shower, So I get out the shower, and then when I walk out, they're having sex. Him and her are having sex.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm like, so she didn't even wash that off of her.
Okay, so basically Diddy got your sloppy seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. How did that make you feel when you saw that?
It threw me off, really. Like, I walked into the living room, closed the door, and started getting dressed. I was like, all right.
Like, I do not want to be here right now.
Yeah.
I mean, were they like asking you to join in? Or?
No. Like, I opened the door and they in the bed and they're having sex, and I'm like, interesting. And I literally just walk out, close the door, and start putting my clothes on.
Okay. And they give you what, the 3,000 extra?
The 5. I didn't get the 2 yet.
Oh, okay.
So she walks out and she was like, thank you, we enjoyed that. How much do I owe you? And I was like, 5. She gave me, and then I left.
Okay. How'd you feel walking out of there?
I was kind of like surprised at the ending, like how he was having sex with her and she didn't take a shower with the cum, but at the same time, I was just like,
so he's like, was it missionary?
Yeah, she was laying down on her back and he was on top of her.
So basically your cum juice is rubbing up on his stomach as he's having sex with her. That's
so I was kind of thrown off from that.
Yeah, that's a little nasty. Okay. So you walked out and you were like, okay, damn, that was crazy.
Yeah.
Well, you had a second encounter also.
Yep. Probably 4 months later.
4 months later. So when they hit you, did they tell you, okay, same couple as last time?
Yep. Same client.
All right, so you knew what was up.
Yeah.
So what happens the second time?
The second time it was I think in Beverly Hills at a hotel called the L'Hermitage. Mm-hmm. And I go up and that's the same setup. But this time they have like a fruit tray, a couple bottles, and like pre-rolls on the table. So I walk in and we sitting at the table just like eating out the fruit tray and drinking and talking. And he was like asking me if I wanted a rhino pill. And I was like,
what is that?
It's like the gas station pills, the sex pills that you get at the gas stations. And I was like, no, I'm good. I don't need that, And then he has, he comes back, he was like, what about the honey pack? And it said Hidden Vault on it. And I was like, Hidden Vault? And she was like, it's just honey. So I read it and I'm like, okay, it's closed. It's honey. I'll give it a shot. So I did the honey pack, And
had to put him on
that
the
was
honey
my first
pack.
time learning about the honey, if you know about it.
No, I don't. What is that?
It's like kind of like the rhino pill at the gas station that enhances your sexual performance. Just kind of chill, smoke, and still had like the towels laid out. So the same scenario. She already had like a list of songs this time that she wanted me to dance to. So I danced for like 4 songs. She got a pair of underwear that she wanted me to wear for some reason. It's like some black boxer briefs. I put those on, I danced for her. Same thing, a lot of baby all as I'm dancing, and he's kind of instructing her, telling her to dance, telling her what to say, like speak dirty, And then we did that in the living room for like 30 minutes, then moved to the bedroom, and kind of the same situation, but I couldn't come the second time.
Okay, so was it condoms again?
Yeah.
Okay. Did they ask you not to wear a condom this time?
No.
Okay, so they already knew.
She asked me to come on though, again.
Again?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going through the motions, but you can't come.
Yeah.
Is it because Diddy's
I don't know, it's
right
because
there?
he was pacing, or the honey, like the honey is just like a Viagra type supplement that I was hard, but I just couldn't come.
Okay. So what happened? At one point you just gave up?
Yeah, I was like, it's not working. And she was like, it's okay, I'm tired, you're good. And then I just ended that one.
Okay, so you took the condom off.
Yeah.
Go back to the bathroom again?
No, I just took the condom off and started getting dressed.
Oh, so you didn't even shower this time?
Yeah, and I didn't even shower.
Okay. And was Diddy upset at all, or?
He was like, no, you good, bro, you good. It'd be like that sometimes. But you could tell, like, that's what they wanted, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay, so you got paid the $5,000 again, or?
Yeah.
Okay. What year was that?
One of them was end of 2023, and one was beginning of 2024.
Okay, so 23, 24.
August 23, I think it was.
Okay.
Damn.
Now, at the agency, you said that you had a friend who...
Yo, how the hell Vlad found... Oh, he found another nigga, too. This is like the third escort
Adult
Vlad
film
ever
star.
found.
Right.
And you worked for an agency called Cowboys for Angels.
Right, yeah.
Now, what happened around 2016?
2016, I just moved to Miami from Atlanta, and that's when I got the call for a celebrity client to meet at the one hotel on South Beach, and that ended up being Diddy.
Okay, now previous to that, now you did adult films, but were you actually doing escorting, meeting with women, couples, and so forth?
So at that point in time, in 2016, wasn't doing any adult films. I didn't do that until 2023 is when I started, or 2024. So to that point, it was just, I had a job as a market development manager for a small startup company, and then I ended up getting into the escorting business just by way of modeling. Somebody hit me up off Model Mayhem. It looked like spam. First name Garen, last name Teed. Pitched this idea of being a gigolo. Had no idea what that was other than Deuce Bigelow, Mel Gigolo. So, but ended up getting into that, and it was just dates. Go on a date with this older lady and just tell her she's attractive and this is a great time and compliment her, and that's all it was. I had one point where I went on a date with a lady and she had heart palpitations. Had to take her to these are old.
Damn.
These are old. These women are, right? So
what was
for
the
the most
oldest
part,
woman that you went on a date with?
73. 73. Yeah.
Did you guys consummate that?
We did not. No,
Okay.
I'm not a miracle worker. I can't make the dead rise or this. So I was just like, we're gonna eat this. We're gonna eat this Italian food, and that's gonna be it.
Okay.
But that's how it was. The whole thing was described to me. It was like, this isn't sexual. For sexual contact for monetary gratification. Right. This was just going to be dates and stuff like that. So that's really what it was up until this point in time.
Okay, so you're working for Cowboys for Angels, and you get a call that there's a celebrity client, and they don't tell you who it is yet.
No, they don't tell me who it is. All they told me was it was a celebrity client, last name Lopez. And then they went on, as I'm on the way to the hotel, they're like, yeah, so just ask for Mr. Lopez. And in my head, I'm like, this is a straight male escort agency. So I'm trying to figure out how does this work into the situation? I'm like, they knew that wasn't my thing. So I'm thinking in my head, like George Lopez or Jennifer Lopez. It could be like, I'm thinking any Lopez celebrity name. Mm-hmm. So then I get to the hotel, and the front desk clerk walks me upstairs. I said, I'm there for Mr. Lopez. Get up there, it's like Latin music playing in the hallway. So I'm really thinking this is a Hispanic person, celebrity, still trying to rack my brain to figure out who it is. And door opens up and Diddy's just standing there in like a black wife beater and some shorts. And he's like, what's up, man? I'm like, oh. First thought was like, oh, it's Diddy. Like, this is, and then I was like, oh no, it's Diddy. Because at this point in time, people still, you know, those accusations were out there. So I'm like, I had to double take that for a second. But it was chill. Like, walked right in and it was pretty easy. Got in there, it looked like an episode of Cribs. It was nothing but Ciroc from like bottom to top of the shelf in the refrigerator, drinking Ciroc, sitting, chilling. He offered me a joint, we smoking. He seemed like he was very cool guy. He just got off of some knee surgery and was doing some type of commercial about his recovery at that point in time. So all in all, when this very beginning, it was more so very chill, just kind of hanging out, smoking, chilling. Not until like a couple hours into that did he tell me like, oh, what were you doing tonight? And you know, you're about to have the best Valentine's Day of your life. And then Cassie walks out.
Okay, so Cassie comes in red lingerie.
Mm-hmm.
And you knew who she was right away.
Immediately. I'm a year younger than her, so I grew up with the Me and You song and stuff. I'm like, okay, this is crazy. I don't believe that I'm really here right now, but let's see where this goes. So
okay, so then the two of you started to talk.
Yeah, we started talking. He left the room for a second, and mind you, when I got in there, I didn't really know what was gonna happen, but I just noticed like there's a lot of towels, white towels on all the couches and the furniture and stuff. There's a red light over in the side. They're playing like, you know, some very vibey music. And there's like a ton of baby oil, like scattered about everywhere, like more than any one man should have, you know, and especially in a hotel room, right? So he had got up and left, and I'm looking at her, I'm like, I made the joke like, there's so much baby oil and candles in here, like one wrong move and we all gonna die. You know, we all gonna blow up in this thing. So, but she was very communicative in the fact that she was joking and very playful with me. She told me that she picked me from the site. And it seemed as if this was something that they'd been doing for some years. They said they'd been doing this for a while too. So as far as like the vibe of the night, I took my cues from them. They pretty much knew exactly what they wanted. Again, felt like they'd done this before. And that's pretty much how it started out.
So this sort of talking and, you know, sort of intimate kind of conversation, that lasted for hours.
Yeah, I mean, I was initially supposed to be over there for about 4 or 5 hours. I got paid as soon as I got there. And I'm thinking, again, up to this point, a lot of what I'd been doing was just hanging out. At that point, yeah, it was 4 or 5 hours into it. I thinking I'm about to go home, and then all of a sudden he was like, "All right, you know, we're gonna turn this thing up a little bit." The music changed. More baby oil comes out. Baby oil and KY. I'm like, who got this? You know, it's baby oil and KY comes out. It's heated. They've been heating the baby oil the whole time that we talking in the tub, right? So this was like they kind of knew what they were doing. I'm still trying to figure out what's going on. Yeah, that's when it kind of started off. He was more so wanting us to just talk to each other. You know, his whole thing is like being very verbal. So he was in the kitchen in the dark with a bottle of Ciroc. And we're sitting on the couch, and he was like, "What do you like about him? You picked him from the site. What made you pick him from the site? What do you like about her?" You know, he was more so, he wanted us to talk and act like he was not there at all. So that's kind of how it progressed. But it was a very long progression over the course of hours and hours.
Right, because at one point he said, "It's the love hour."
Right, and that's when when the love hour happened and he became Brother Love, then it was like a totally different, the vibe changed. It was more so like the music switched up. He was asking, did he want to refresh drinks and stuff, like a cool host almost, but you can kind of tell like they had some type of formula of where they wanted the night to go. So I was just along for the ride, honestly.
Okay, so you guys start with sexual contact in the beginning, and that actually leads up to penetration at the end?
Yeah, it was more so just physical touch. So there was lots of baby oil around, as I said before, and he was like, okay, why don't you put some baby oil on her? And then she was like, he asked her, do you want you to put some baby oil on him? So it was more so that, talking, caressing, stuff like that for hours, like for an ungodly long amount of time. And at a certain point, she would start to kind of like come towards me to kind of like move things along. And he would be like, no, 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 go back. You know, you just tell him you're moving too fast, you know? So he never was telling anybody what he wanted them to do. He never gave demands to say, touch him, do this. He would say, what do you want to do? Do you want to do this? Do you like that about him? It was all about the verbal cues for him.
Okay, so at the end, you guys actually engage in intercourse.
Yeah, at the end, about like hour 8 or 9 or something like that. It was
what?
insane.
At the end of the intercourse, though, something specific happens.
Right, so he wanted me to finish on climax on her. So, and this was something that she said that she was ready for as well. Again, we've been there for a couple hours. It was a weird thing because at this point in time, I'd never had like another male in the room like that. So when he was like, finish, you got to finish manually. So it was a task. Like, I feel like this arm was significantly bigger than this arm by the time I left, because I'm just like, you know, this is weird. He's literally off to the side, drinking Ciroc, talking about, get it, king. Get it, king. It was just a weird.
Get it, king. Get it, king. Imagine a nigga cheering you on to nut. Yo, get it, king. You deserve it, daddy. You deserve it, man. You've been scrambling and scraping all night. It's been hour 9. It's hour 10 in here. You deserve it, daddy. Get that nut. Pause. God damn.
Couple hours. It was a weird thing because at this point in time, I'd never had like another male in the room like that. So when he was like, finish, you got to finish manually. So it was a task. Like, I feel like this arm was significantly bigger than this arm by the time I left, because I'm just like, you know, this is weird. He's literally off to the side, drinking Ciroc, talking about, get it, king. Get her, king. It was just a weird, you know, Diddy, he's in like this. So I'm like, all right, this is surreal. But so I finish, and my thought process is, you know, they were getting up to go take a shower because we were in the living room and they were going to go back to their back room. So when she got up to go to the back room, I didn't think anything of it. You're not going to use these KY Johnson & Johnson towels to wipe that off, right? So I'm thinking you're going to go to the back room. So it never crossed my mind what they were doing back there. Had no idea that she was finger painting on his chest with, you know, so.
Your man juice.
Yeah.
Yeah, what was funny was when I had Punisher on my show, and the exact same routine, right? Have sex, pull out, bust on her, and then she would like run off in the other room, you know, with it. Because a lot of times with him, like Diddy would go in the other room before they finished, and she would like go to him and close the door. And he said when he watched the trial, and when she said that, you know, that he, you know, she would take the cum and rub it on his chest, he was actually relieved because he thought that Diddy was eating it.
I don't know if I'd be relieved. I'm probably equally as terrified from both of those things, right? I'm like, there's no way this is a good scenario.
It's all bad, no matter how you do it.
It's a lot. I found out just like he did during the court process, and I'm reading this transcript with my girlfriend, and she's like, he did what? So it was like, we were all blindsided by that. I never got that vibe from him, you know, that this was something that he was, to me, it was just, he's all about the visual. He wants to watch. I didn't know they were engaging and stuff in the back room. When they would leave, he would be like, all right, bro, you can go ahead and order room service and smoke. And, you know, if you want to leave, you can leave, or I'll come back out and we'll hang out for a second and then maybe we'll do another one. But, you know, this is like 8 or 9 hours in. I'm not trying to do nothing else. So more times than not, it would just be wrapped up after that.
Damn. Get it, king. Get it. Nuts. That nigga did one more. I ain't watching these yet. Yo, chat, we just kind of chilling. I'm gonna chill till 8, bro. Like I know, like it's a holiday weekend. I'm still trying to put a little streaming hours in. Don't be like, damn, Ak, you just watching videos today. You know I be scrambling and scraping for y'all, chat. Pause. You know I deserve it. Chill. Nah, but it's July 4th. Let me chill a little bit. I'll stay on till 9, and then I get off and shit like that. You know, just trying to keep the streak going. I think we're on day 5. I think so. Get me? Again, I'm trying to figure out the particulars because I'm about to go on vacation, chat. I'm trying to figure out the particulars how I could stream like an hour a day during my vacation. An hour a day. It's like an hour a day type shit. You feel me? But yeah, just, you know, I know we have a high standard for streaming. Just give me a little break. We just finished a big trial. You know, it's the 4th. I'm sipping a little bit. I told you I don't got no friends. Nobody, I ain't gonna lie, I swear, nobody invited me to a cookout today. That shit was crazy. Niggas do cookouts still? Not one invite. Like, yo, bro, what you doing today? Not one. I don't know what's going on. My phone look dry. I have to check my other phone. I ain't get invited to nothing. So I said, I'm gonna just get on stream, man. I'm like, nobody love me but the chat niggas, man. Yo, you ever feel lonely? I'm like, ain't nobody love me but the chat niggas, man. Let me get on stream real quick. I'll watch some videos with y'all. It's all good. It's all good.
Okay, so you got paid $3,500, and they booked you 2 more times.
Yeah, they booked me 3 more times. One of those times, I came over and I got off the elevator and he pretty much met me at the door and was like, hey, she's not feeling good right now, so we're gonna scratch this and do it like a different night. I'm like, all right, cool. So.
Okay, now, as you're getting to the 2nd and 3rd session, it was pretty much the same routine, but certain things were different because at one point, you guys would be having sex, you and Cassie, and then Diddy would like tag in?
Yeah, like so we'd be engaging and he would be like, all right, King, like I'm about to tap in right now. And then he would say, go over there. So I would go over there and then he'd come over and then they would engage in their own passionate intercourse, which wouldn't last too long. And then he'd be like, all right, I'm good, come back over. And he'd go back over to where he was. And then I'd sit there and yeah, he kind of switched off but he never wanted me around him, which is why I thought that the gay accusations were a bit much because knowing him as long as I've known him, right, I never got that vibe from him. He never even wanted me next to him when this was happening. I didn't want him next to me either, so it seemed like we were all on the same page, right? So yeah, he did his thing.
Although rubbing your cum on his nipples is somewhat gay, so
I wasn't involved in that. I wasn't involved in that.
I know
but
you
yes,
weren't, but I'm just saying.
Yes. Yeah, what he did, that was diabolical.
There's
what he
that
did
one
behind
hill you have
closed
to get
doors.
over. You know, to try to dispel that myth. I'm just saying. It's a big hill. It's very steep.
It's a very big hill.
It's a very steep hill. Now, in the beginning, you and Cassie were using condoms, but that switched at one point.
Yeah, I think one time we went without, and to be clear on that, he would always ask, do you want to do this without a condom? And there was
Yo, chat, I'm gonna keep it up being with you, bro. Like, again, yo, I do think Diddy gay and everything, but hearing these sex workers talk about it, yo, Diddy freaky. He gay, he whatever. Bro, he's always asking questions like, yo, you want to do that? Nah, tell him how you feel. Whatever. Go, King, get your nut. Yo, this thing look like the best host in the world. How the fuck is he sex trafficking? The nigga is always asking you how to make you happy. He's not, nah, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. They railroaded Diddy, bro. He freaky. Diddy went to jail for being gay. That's what I'm thinking now. He went to jail for being gay. That's a fact. Because this nigga sound like he's a great host. He's passing you Ciroc. He might pass you a condom. You bought a nut. He cheering you on. Get it, King. You know what I mean? He's like, nah, hold on. Nah, he telling the bitch to appreciate you. Yo, tell him what you appreciate about him. Damn. What more do you want from me? Like, god damn, bro.
Although rubbing your cum on his nipples is somewhat gay, so
I wasn't involved in that. I wasn't involved in that.
I know
but
you
yes,
weren't, but I'm just saying.
Yes. Yeah, what he did, that was diabolical.
There's
what he
that
did
one
behind
hill you have
closed
to get
doors.
over, you know, to try to dispel that myth. I'm just saying. It's a big hill. It's very steep.
It's a very big hill.
It's a very steep hill. Now, in the beginning, you and Cassie were using condoms, but that switched at one point.
Yeah, I think one time we went without, and to be clear on that, he would always ask, do you want to do this without a condom? And they would have a conversation as if I'm not in the room. Very calm. She'd be like, oh, I don't know. He's like, these guys are tested. And she would ask me, I'm like, yeah, I'm tested. And he'd be like, do you want to do this? And she'd be like, no, not right now. And he would kind of just let that go. He was never forceful in like saying, you need to do this, you need to do that. So, and I think one of the times out of the 4 was one time that we did engage in intercourse without protection, but it was very quick. She came to me and started that process and looked to him to see if this was something that was like cool to do, and he kind of gave a head nod, and that's what it was.
In the words of Cameron, how's the pussy?
How do you think it was? It was great.
It was great?
It was great. I was singing Me and You in my head the whole time.
Oh, shit. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, I think Cassie was tight. I'm going to be honest with you. I think most of these niggas could nut, not only because Diddy was walking around him jerking off. Man. Yo, Cassie shit gotta be loose. You know what I mean? Now they got surgeries and shit that could address that, but shout out to Cassie though. We ain't trying to shame her. No type of shit like that. Here's the other nigga. That other guy, the third guy, he funny. He funny. The last one we just listened to, he funny. I could tell he like joking wise, he funny.
This was like maybe like 6 months later, 9 months later, something like that.
Yeah.
When you heard about the lawsuit, what did you think?
It kind of like blew my mind. And then like when the lawsuit came out, like all allegations came out, and there was like 3 friends I told about the situation, and they called me instantly, and they're like, man, Rico, remember you telling me about that all situation and like sending me the links, and I'm like, man, this is crazy, But I never thought it would come to me, and I started getting calls from the Federal Bureau of Investigations, the FBI, started calling me, saying they wanted to talk to me. And I had a friend that was an attorney, so I called him, and he was like, well, you don't have to talk to them. They don't have a subpoena, this and this. So then like 2 days later, they called me. They was like, we have a subpoena, so you got to talk to us. So I just avoided them. Like they was calling me, trying to meet up with me. And they knew I lived on Sunset. They was like, we're here on Sunset. We just want you to talk to you for a second. So I avoided them for like 5 months, and then I was promoting an event I was working for, and I posted on social media. And so I go outside. They're like, Rico, someone's outside, and I think it's just one of my guests trying to get into the event. And when I go out there, like the guy pulls up a phone and start recording me. Like he hands me a letter, and as he's handing it to me, I grab it, and it's like a long line of people outside, and the producer for the show. When I grab it, and he pulls out his phone, and he's like, you're set to be here in the pier. He pulled up his shirt and showed his badge. It was like being like loud about it. And like I knew exactly what it was once he started doing that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so now you have an actual subpoena.
Yeah.
For the grand jury.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, did the Diddy house raids already happen or no?
Yeah.
Okay. So you now know that things are getting more and more serious. Real. Right. So the Diddy house raids happen. The Cassie lawsuit has been settled, but everyone got to read through all the craziness in it. And did the Cassie video come out yet or no?
It was like just beginning. Like that stuff was just beginning to come out.
Okay. When you saw the Cassie video, like the hallway, Intercontinental video, what'd you think?
I felt like that was bad. Like I felt bad for her, and like felt bad for being around someone that ruthless that would do that to a woman. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. I mean, before the video came out, he had a whole Instagram post like, all these lies spread about me. I will protect my name and my family. They're all false, whatever. Then that video comes out, and then he did he's like, yo, I'm fucked up.
Yeah.
I was in a dark place.
Should have said that at first. Right?
I know, right? So the video comes out, the lawsuit, has been settled. The house raids have happened. I mean, when you heard about the house raids, when they raided both his LA and Miami home, did you think at this point, okay, things are really getting serious?
Yeah, I did. But at the same time, in my head, I was like, I didn't let him record any of me, so I wasn't really worried. So I didn't think I had anything to worry about,
Right. But now you have an actual subpoena to go to a grand jury. Where was that? In what state?
New York.
In New York?
Yep.
Okay. So what was the grand jury like?
I actually did it on Zoom, so it was like me and like 8 people. It was me, my lawyer, I guess, like the DA and like 7 jurors, and they just questioned me about what happened and everything that went on. Kind of told them the same thing, you know, and was asking questions like, did I feel forced, or did it feel like she was forced, or was there any drugs around, like kind of stuff that could lead to something, you know?
Right. And I mean, based on what you said, you weren't forced.
Yep.
Did she seem like she was forced at all?
She was chill and enjoying it. I didn't feel like nobody was forced in the situation.
Right. And there really were no drugs. It was just...
How the hell did they get an indict? Well, you know, they always say you could indict a ham sandwich, chat. Remember, let me break this down one more time for y'all, chat. To convict someone at trial is the highest burden of proof required in the land, beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay? For someone to, well, beyond that is going to be a search warrant. A search warrant is, you have to have extremely strong probable cause. This is why they use Lil Rod, Ronnie Jones, because he knew where things were going to be. And it's not only to say, I think this nigga's doing a crime, let's go in his house. You need to know what you're going to find in the house, where it's at, and what you reasonably expect to help give you to help prove your case. Okay. So we're going down how easy shit is, right? Then beyond that, right, that's still in the probable cause realm, but that probable cause has to be signed off by a judge. So a search warrant, you need probable cause, but a judge has to approve it. Okay. Then you need, let's see what else you need probable cause for. Okay, probable cause to search your car. Don't need no judge. Yo, we smelled weed. That's usually good enough, or they could bring a dog. Like if you're in a car, there's actually a lot more different rules when it comes to like cars, because it's still the 4th Amendment right. They could run up in your car. They don't need a judge. They don't need a judge. When it comes to a house, they always need a judge. Your car on public roads, they don't need a judge. Okay? What else is probable cause? Right? I'm trying to think. What else? That was my train of thought. I am drinking a little bit. I'm sorry, child.
Feel forced, or did it feel like she was forced?
And I mean, based on
So my whole thing is why it's easy to indict. So to get an indictment from a grand jury, and in most places, in most precincts, to get a indictment on felony charges, with most places usually require a felony. For a felony or a serious felony, especially 1st degree or 2nd degree, they want a jury of your own peers to indict you. What does the indictment means? There is a probable cause that a crime was committed by that person. Now, there's a saying, a grand jury could indict a ham sandwich. Why? The grand jury only hears, in most places, from the prosecutor. So it'll be 23 people. I think it's the same in New York. In 23 people, they will link up. They're reviewing evidence. The jurors are able to ask. So I don't know if it works. I think it does work the same federally. So a grand juror was able to ask him a question like, yo, bro, did Diddy ever grab you by the neck? And, so they were able to ask questions, a Q&A damn near, right? The prosecution is almost just guiding the evidence. This is why it says it's easy to indict anyone, because there's no pushback. When we heard all this Diddy shit, there's no pushback in a grand jury hearings. They're just kind of laying it out. Maybe they talked to some of these guys before and knew like, all right, you going to say some shit that a grand jury ain't going to like. We're not going to put you in front of the grand jury. We want to put a narrative there. So the grand jury has to vote, and the indictment in most places, except the Commonwealths, like, for example, Pennsylvania and a couple other places, they might have different percentage. Sometimes it's 66%, but usually it's over 50%, which means if I say 23 people, You just need, and by the way, the grand jury listens to many different cases. They'll convene for maybe 2 to 3 months. They'll listen to mad cases and they'll vote. And usually if we're going on the 51% rule, as long as 12 out of 23 votes probable cause is there to indict, a true bill of indictment comes down. Okay? It's an easy way to take accountability off of the DA, off of the investigators. It basically says a jury of your peers, a grand jury of your peers, says you should stand trial. Okay, so let's keep going down. And so that's how Diddy got indicted. But the more I'm hearing this, I'm like, how did the nigga get indicted? Because all the sex workers are saying it's consensual. No one is saying it's non-consensual but Cassie and that fucking hoe Jane Doe. The least, and hopefully when I'm like kicking my shit a little bit, hopefully you could understand and take this. It's law for most places. You might have to specify. It depends on where you live at. Because trust me, there's so many different places in New York. Yo, I'm gonna fuck Prince up. He's up there barking up a storm. Prince think he's beefing with an inanimate object. He just sits there and like barks at it the whole time. I can hear this motherfucker. I got him out there with Pluto. That's his son. Pluto got to teach that nigga, like, shut the fuck up. Anyway, so the lesser thing is reasonable suspicion. Reasonable suspicion is what is a very low level suspicion, but it's reasonable suspicion that a crime has been committed or was about to be committed. Usually in most places, that's where people could ask you for ID. That's as much as they could do. They could stop you and they could briefly detain you to ask simple questions, okay? And when I mean briefly detain you, say, hey, listen, not put you in custody in cuffs. Hey, could you identify yourself, sir? We got a call that there's a 6'5" guy who's black wearing a white t-shirt that just broke into a house. You look like you're over 6 foot. You got a white t-shirt. Could you show us some ID? That doesn't mean somebody's getting arrested, but that's the lowest level of investigation, right? Reasonable suspicion could be someone made a 911 call. Someone made an anonymous report. The police are just investigating a crime or investigating some suspicious things, and they have now deemed that a crime may have been committed, and they think, and now they're trying to do that. So again, you have reasonable suspicion at the bottom, right? So that's the cops thinking a crime has been committed, or will be committed, or was about to be committed. Then you have probable cause. Probable cause has been subject of so many Supreme Court cases because probable cause goes into sometimes affecting your constitutional rights, especially your Fourth Amendment right, which is the right against unlawful searches and seizures, right? If they tell you to get out the car and they're going to search your car, that's because they think they have probable cause that, you know, if they see a chopped off head in the back of the car, it's clearly probable cause. We think that's someone dead. We're going to go search the fucking car, my nigga, okay? Clear probable cause. The thing they use a lot when, you know, obviously they've legalized weed a lot in most states, but like if you go to Florida, and I'm pretty sure I just seen D-Thing get arrested for a gun. Probably had in the car. All these niggas who love having guns, love smoking. In a place like Florida, weed is still illegal. The cops comes up. They probably see a bunch of niggas, red eyes. They look like they're up to no good. All the cop gonna do, kind of lean in, say he smelled weed, say he want to search a car or go get a dog, and they're gonna go get the probable cause that there's weed in the car. They search a car, they could go find your gun. You know what I mean? So you have reasonable suspicion, probable cause, and when you get to the court system, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. But the sad thing about the grand jury process is that it still deals with probable cause. It's on a slightly higher level, but not that much. So put it like this. The same probable cause that a cop said, oh, I think I smelled some weed in your car, I got to search it, is the same around the realm probable cause that ends up being you getting indicted and having to be locked up for like a year and potentially go to jail for life. Ain't that a bitch? Because a grand jury indicts on probable cause. That's it. Sorry for the spiel, but you know I'm a little lit. But you know, that's my wannabe legal ass trying to put y'all in some game.
And they just questioned me about what happened and everything that went on. Kind of told them the same thing, you know, and was asking questions like, did I feel forced, or did it feel like she was forced, or was there any drugs around, like kind of stuff that could lead to something, you know?
Right. And I mean, based on what you said, you weren't forced.
Yep.
Did she seem like she was forced at all?
She was chill and enjoying it. I didn't feel like nobody was forced in the situation.
Right. And there really were no drugs. It was just like
It was just weed, alcohol, yeah.
Exactly. And then just the various, you know,
and
quarter store pills and honey and whatever else, right? And baby oil. Exactly. Were you worried that you might get charged with prostitution at that point?
Yeah.
Okay. And what do they say about that?
They just told me as long as I just tell them what really happened, I won't have nothing to worry about.
I mean, during this grand jury process, were any of the other, you know, escorts that were part of this agency, were they part of it as well? Did, like, some of your people were also part of this grand jury?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys were like talking with each other, like, yo, I'm about to go, and you going, and so forth. So how many people did you know that were part of this grand jury?
2.
So 3 of you total?
Yeah.
And how did everyone feel when you guys were talking to each other?
Kind of just like nervous that there would be consequences for us and wondering what the turnout was going to be. And like, we didn't know at the time that it was going to be released. So like, none of us was really saying anything about it.
Were they saying they're going to actually put you on the stand?
They said it's a possibility.
Okay. How'd you feel about that?
I didn't want to do it, but if I had to, you have to, you know?
Did any of the other escorts that you do, the other 2 guys, did they ever take the stand?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Which one?
Punisher.
Oh, you do Punisher?
Yeah.
Aha. Okay. How do you feel about his whole penis implant thing, by the way?
That was a question you're asking, Vlad. How do I feel about another man penis implant? Hey, okay, so maybe all these 3 guys, so him, Punishers, they're from Cowboy and Angels. I think this guy, Don the dealer, is probably his too. Interesting. Interesting, Chad. Yo, Adam and Lena did an interview.
Me.
You?
I think me.
Wait.
No.
I mean, if you look at both your careers, individually, who's made more money?
I think me.
You?
I think me.
No, I think me for sure. Like, for sure. I mean, I have less overhead and I made a lot of money. Like, I had OnlyFans before the pandemic, and then the pandemic happened, and I thought my money was going to go down. I was pregnant February 2020, and everything was going up because everyone had those checks to spend at home. And so, and then I did the thing with Jason, and that made millions. And I have like 1 employee, you know? So I've pocketed a lot more of it.
I agree. I think that there's been times where I was bringing in more money than her, but in terms of just consistency, I mean, her fans and her business is just like...
That first month where I made $35K, I was so afraid to spend $1 because I was like...
That gotta be cap. That gotta be cap. But I always say, Adam never be keeping the 100 when it comes to money. Maybe OnlyFans versus YouTube, but like everything that Adam does, minus porn, like come on. I don't know.
Like blown away by how much money it was, and I thought that that someone was gonna just take it back.
By the way, why did Adam? Yo, Adam is so petty. Yo, Adam sent me like some of his former employees. Yo, you know the nigga with the little retarded nigga who was it back on whatever? They said the nigga made like $7,000 a month, and I'm glad I didn't respond to them niggas. I can't give him a boost. Holy shit. That was bad. Anyway.
Because how could this possibly be real?
It sounded like a joke amount of money.
Yeah, and this is August 2016. Like and, you know, this is almost 10 years later. And every year except for the last, I made more than the year before. And just because the other year was an outlier. But like, yeah, it's been crazy. Like I would not have expected it to be this way.
So how much did you make your best year?
Probably like double what I made the year before. And it's many millions.
Multiple millions.
Yeah.
Have you ever hit 10 million in a year?
In 1 year, no.
In 1 year, no. Okay, but still, multiple millions in a year is no joke.
Nah, Adam, you stop playing. Adam, you make 10 a year.
Yeah.
Especially with no overhead.
No overhead. And before I had a kid, it was just shooting at my house. So it's like.
I mean, Vlad TV consistently makes millions, but we have a big overhead. We have a dozen employees. We got a New York studio.
Insurance.
We got a bunch of stuff. Salaries, equipment, everything. Appearance fees, everything.
I'm gonna be real, like a lot of the stuff that we do is kind of a labor of love. Like me and you both will do an interview that we're not planning on making a huge amount of money off just because we want to have the conversation and we feel like it's good for the brand overall. And, it's like recently I went to New York and I filmed with Bobby Shmurda and did a Mano interview and went to a bunch of different neighborhoods filming videos and stuff. And, she was just coming home from having shot the scene with Jason Love as well as another scene. And we're talking about it and it did kind of stand out.
So there's another scene?
There's another scene with someone else that will be dropping in the near future, yeah.
With a man?
Yep.
Okay.
And he was trying to make me feel bad about going on this trip. He was
giving you
calling me a floozy, and I was like, "This week is gonna pay for my whole year. How dare you?" And you're going to New York and lose money.
Well, she's like, "You're going to New York. You're trying to break even, right?" I'm like,
It always fucks me up. They're business partner. You're they have a great business marriage. I like this. Oh, shout out to X.
Yeah, she's like, she's like,
yes. No, and I was like, how dare you? And I had got booked for 2 club appearances right before, so I was like,
well, I'm just fucking around.
I'm like, come on, my work is important too. I pay half of everything. Everything.
I remember I brought this up last time. So you guys actually split your bills, which for a married couple is not very common.
I mean, I feel like every comment I read on that clip of you talking about that was dismayed by you acting like it's so uncommon for people to carry their equal weight in a relationship.
Adam bought me a designer bag for my first birthdays when I was with him, and I was like, whoa, I freaked out. I just don't expect a guy to pay for my life or spend that much money on me. I've always supported myself. I always had a job since I was 15, and I told him, I was like, I'm gonna buy a house. I don't know if you want to buy one, but I'm buying one and you can move in. And he was like, no, I'll buy it with you. And that's just kind of where it started from. It was like, I helped him grow up. I moved into a house. I made.
Oh man, shout out to Adam, man. I know he a boss too, man. But yeah, different strokes for different folks. Feel me?
Made his life a little better, little by little. Woman's touch. But I also wouldn't want to rely on him because that gives me less options in my life. There's this joke online of women being like, I can't believe they convinced us that this is oppressive, and it's like the man is the provider and the woman stays home. But it's like, some men used to be really fucking abusive towards their wives, and then they had no choice. I would never want to live off of just somebody else. I think that would be really hard for me.
And I think we both kind of envision a future at some point, whether it's 3 years from now or 5 years or 10 years or whatever, but there'll probably be a future where she kind of hangs up the porn thing, not in full, because obviously she'll still have OnlyFans and still probably shoot some photos and content or whatever, but there will probably come a time in which I carry more of the weight of the family as I'm still working and where she just,
Gang, she just stunning on you the whole time, saying she make more money than you. Hell nah, you should tell her to save. Because when you retire, you going to still have to contribute to half. Gang, what the hell?
You're still going to make me pay for half of everything.
Well, I'm going to hold on.
And by the way, I can't even shame Adam too, because I be dating some chicks that they don't got a pot to piss in. You know what I mean? So, I can't even a chick who's saying she come with that, I think that's dope that she's down to pay for half. The only thing is, I'm going to keep it a bean with you. I'm not hearing your mouth in the crib like that. It's just not going to happen. And also, I know Adam cannot kick her out, but it works for them. They have a dope relationship. If you make those choices, let me tell you this. You could tell when someone's soul is burning. I haven't seen Adam's soul burn. I've almost wondered if Adam got a soul. Because there's been times that I'm like, okay, that's where it's going to fuck you up just as a person, where I can see it in your eyes it hurts you. He don't give a fuck. Adam might be literally Illuminati, bro. The nigga's bragging about 2 scenes. Jason fucked her again, another. He's a little bit different, bro. But he not black, so And actually, let me not even say that because white dudes really don't do that. I got a lot of white friends. They don't do that. Adam's different.
On to that for as long as possible, yes. But at some point, let's say we have 3 more kids and she's just home dealing with all that, which is for sure a full-time job, and I'm working day in, day out, then maybe that dynamic kind of changes. But
You pay for all. I pay for none.
it's also important to note that, like, you know, we're both doing well for ourselves, so it's not like, you know, we've never had to struggle to pay the bills.
I'm wondering why they do like separate, like why get married? Why get married if you're gonna do like separate everything? Just become a business partner. I guess they have a kid, but I don't know. Like there was a time I used to try to understand their relationship, not out of hate. It was just like I really try to understand it. I don't get it, but shit, people probably have not understood shit I've been in, so it's okay. It's all right. You know, I become a little bit more understanding. I'm like, nigga, as long as it ain't me, right? And even if it's me, I'll be going through my own shit, so fuck it. All right. Vlad interviewing the drug dealers. I like the Judge Mathis shit. What else is going on out there? Yeah, I'm waiting for the Drake song in 30 minutes if it drops. Oh. Your shot to this page. It's my favorite page. Watch. Let me look at the comments. The comments are always going to be like, oh, be back. Okay, cool. All right, yeah. Huh? Yo, look at these people. Bro, I'm just hoping it's a hot song, bro. I'm hoping it's a hot song. Said Joe Budden points out that when a man like Kevin Samuels gained fame for critiquing women is past his heavy scrutinized. However, Dr. Bryant, who the fuck is Dr. Bryant? I don't know that. Man, shit ain't been the same since Joe Budden told y'all niggas he making $1 million a month, huh? Shit ain't been the same since Joe told y'all he making $1 million a month. Oh my God. All right, what's going on? All right, everybody must have took a break. It's just me and Joe Budden making content. And again, I think Joe is making $1 million a month. You know why? That boy putting out like 15 episodes on a Patreon on a week. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. Joe works just as much as me, even though he does podcasts and we've been trying to stream every day. He does as much. Like, I think I've done his podcast and he'll have like, oh, we're shooting 3 episodes today. And I'm like, nigga, we're in an episode right now. It's 4 hours. He's like, nah, yeah, we're going to do a Patreon episode and then we're going to do this other episode. Like, Joe got this shit working like he's like 2014 Drake with the sweatshop. So I fuck with it. I'll rock with it. I'm going to let Halle Bailey live for a little bit. I'm going to let Halle Bailey live, even though she did post the finished pictures. I'm going to let her live. I'm going to be honest with you, bro. I feel bad for Shorty now, bro. Like, it's just, bro. You know what the craziest thing is? Like, somebody got to tap her on the shoulder and be like, yo, you're the least attractive girl that DDG's ever been with. Like, I got to keep it a P with you. Like, I don't even want to do it to her, but it's the truth. Like, yo, you're the least attractive girl. So when she's posted, you know what she's supposed to stun on them other girls with? Not thirst pictures. Like, you cannot get at your ex with thirst pictures when you're the least attractive girl he's been with. You got to get at your ex with the fact that he's with a bunch of new girls or whoever is his ex, and they're not as successful as you. You're the most successful girl he's got with. The rest of them are OnlyFans demons. Yo, I hate to give you like free advice. I know you ain't asking, but please, Halle, you're the least attractive girl DDG ever been with. We were looking like, we all thought we could pull you. I ain't gonna cap with you. Like, you just looking at you like just look-wise. And I know I ain't no looking either. It's cool. My success, I'll leave with success. But when we seen you compared to the rest of the baddies, because we all know a nigga will date a bad bitch from McDonald's. We'll date a baddie from McDonald's. When we seen you, we was like, all right, DDG, we see the play. This is like, you know how girls will date an ugly nigga because the ugly nigga is successful and got the bag, whatever. When we seen DDG with her, we're like, we get it. I said it. I said it's a reverse Uno. Finally, niggas is dating up. I said it. Chat, go back and pull a clip. I said it. Finally, niggas are dating up because we were all looking like Ruby Rose, you bad, but like low key, you a hoe, and low key, like you're selling vagina. Like yo, you ain't got nothing going on. At least this chick, she's Rock Nation, Beyonce's protege, and she's in Avatar or some shit like that. We're like, yo, bet she's an upgrade. She's gonna make tens of millions. But we gotta keep it a bean. This when we see no disrespect. Somebody said, nah, she bad. Bruv, is she bad? Yo, come on, bro. Like, Diddy, every girl Diddy's been with, she's the worst. Come on now. Like, come on, bro. Like, stop with the bullshit. I'm not saying she's ugly. She's not ugly, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like, she's the, yo, at least I gotta educate. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with it. Cause me, I just got to that phase of my life. I'm tired of looking at bad bitches. I want a bitch with a career. So any chick that got a career, send your LinkedIn to me. No more. Yo, chicks used to pull up on me and send nudes. They'd just be like, spread eagle. I'm like, holy, I like this. Okay, what's the flight info? Fuck that. I'm off of that now. Send me your LinkedIn. Send me your LinkedIn. Listen, I've been going wrong for the longest time. When you chase Instagram chicks, is the worst. Now I want to see your career. So DDG didn't go wrong with her. Like, us men got to stop chasing looks and freaks and find the chick whose career is set up, whatever, who's not a hoe. The only thing is you can't have the career chick trying to be a hoe. When she taking pictures like this, you're like, baby girl, if I was looking for the chick to take this type of picture, I would have just got India Love from the get-go. Or motherfucking, what's the other one named? Ruby Rose. I liked you because you were classy. That's it. All right. You don't gotta believe me. Somebody said, what's going on with 4 Extra? 4 Extra is coolin', bro. I just found out about this. Well, actually I found out about it a while ago. He was screaming at some guy. Yo, blood, I'm about to kill you. Yo, I love No Jumper, bro. I'm waiting to see somebody get gun butted on No Jumper. That's the only thing I never liked about No Jumper. It's like, bro, like when y'all gonna actually slap a nigga, bro? Almighty Suspect was the only real nigga who did that. Everybody else, they just shouting. And I'm like, come on, bro. We watching No Jumper for a crash out. Give a nigga a leg eyes on camera. I can't find it, bro. I can't see it. All right, let me see. They say guys, I can't show the graphic image, right? Yo, is that fireworks up here? My dog is going crazy right now. I think fireworks started. Ooh. They said 4 Extra. Reportedly blown off his hand. Damn. Off the back. Give my nigga 4 extra fingers off the back. All right, now let me stop. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm terrified of fireworks, and I don't know the extent of the injury. 4 Extra, you're highly entertaining, and I think you are a star. Stop bullying people, though. You're coming off like a bully. But I hope nothing too crazy happened to you. I always see like these really tragic injuries. Like, how is this happening? Are they detonating the firework in their hand? I think this is like blood all over his clothes and shit. I ain't gonna lie to you. This pose that he's in, this is how you know a nigga really hurt, bro. Like this type of pose right here. Damn. Yo, I ain't even gonna lie to you. Yo, 4 Extra. That nigga they put on No Jumper, Unk, or whatever his name is, bro. Yo, you could ask me about that. That nigga look like a Haitian nigga who do voodoo, bro. He probably voodooed you. Trust. That little dirty nigga they put on that little dirty looking nigga they put on No Jumper. The one that looked like, you know, he got halitosis and he looked like he need to get a root canal, bro. Like, of course he voodooed you, bro. I could tell. Just look at his face. He looked half retarded. He voodooed you, bro. You said you was gonna kill him, and he voodooed you, and that's what happened now. I'm telling you. The little nigga, bro. Also, yo, for extra, you gotta realize, like, when you had got at him, that nigga's retarded. Like, brother, like, he's retarded. Like, all that shit, the thing is, fans love retards. So it's like, he's playing it up, but like, he's actually stupid. So, probably voodooed you, and they're gonna call it karma. I hope nothing crazy happened. Imagine this happens to you and all your friends just record you and post it online. Yo, I hate niggas, man. I hate niggas. I hate niggas. Yo, Brittany Renner is back. Holy. Yo, alhamdulillah, or whatever I gotta say. Yo, I had my shalala like scheduled for like 4 days from now, but I canceled that junk. Look at this. Look at this, y'all. Look at this. Look at this. She popped off the burqa, nigga. She popped off the other shit, and I ain't gonna lie. Maybe it's Allah or it's Islam, but the ass ain't never been this fat, nigga. Oh my God. Inshallah. Inshallah. How is this? Yo, I ain't never see Brittany Renner ass this fat. Kevin Gates, I don't know what you did. Look like you did some spiritual miracle. This shit, alhamdulillah. What? Oh my God. Listen, I don't know if this is a Islamic term, but God. Oh my God. What the hell? Now, we all know that Brittany Renner was going to last like 3 weeks. She actually beat the record. She lasted 5 weeks. She's back on road, man. Brittany Renner back on road, man. Brittany Renner back on road, gang. Brittany Renner is back on road, bruh. She is back on road, bruh. She back on road. Holy. Yo, Brittany, I'm going to be honest with you. You got to secure one, though. You got to secure one. Because I ain't going to lie. The way how Brittany is, like, this is natural talent. You know the crazy thing about it? Brittany's actually, she works out a lot. Like, she's actually natural. She's a natural chick with a BBL type body. And I think she's like 32 or something like that right now. I ain't trying to age shame her, but Brittany, it ain't gonna last forever. Trust me, gravity is a thing. And I know y'all be saying that alhamdulillah bullshit, but my God, my Baptist God, he ain't gonna let that ass stay that fat forever. It's gonna start drooping. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. Jehovah is gonna make sure the ass don't stay up that high forever. Trust. Okay? You got 2 more years. Maybe 1. Get it together, because you are going too crazy on that Muslim shit with motherfucking Kevin Gates. And the thing is, I guarantee it was some stupid shit. She was like, yeah, no, I became inshallah, I became the perfect girl for him, thinking, yo, the Muslim shit be saying these niggas could have 10 bitches. Like, she was like, see, a chick like Brittany Renner's gonna be like, you think I was just following behind him for no reason? Yeah, dummy. Like, yeah. You're supposed to obey him while he go recruit 3 other chicks. Nigga, that's how it goes. But she back on road. Okay, she back on road. Nah, PJ Washington was having a time after life, man. Somebody said, Aki, you should become an officer and cuff that. I don't deal with single mothers. I'm going to keep it a bean with you. I could date a single mother, but I can't take him serious. I tell every single mother, you need to go reconcile with your baby father. I don't believe in broken homes. It's a fact. That chick's got to. I don't think no chick should have no kid out of wedlock. When I see a single mother, I'm gonna be like, yo, listen, I'm gonna have a good time with you. I'm gonna beat it up, have a great time. But eventually you gotta be a mother. I got no parts of that. You need to go you need to go reconcile with the father of your child. You picked him, that's your shit. I'm always on that. For real. Do I look like Russell Wilson? Never, man. But yeah, no, she's amazing. She's amazing. I think she was doing everything right. She should have just got that nigga PJ Washington to commit before she popped out a kid. It is what it is, though. Like, put it like this. Like, I hate to even say it, bro. Yo, let's see from a year from now, Stephon Diggs and Cardi B. Cardi B got 3 children, bro. Brother, when niggas get with single moms, bro, niggas just be in there like Six Flags, my nigga. Wee! 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 And as soon as, like, they've been on the ride too much times, yo, go back to your baby dads, man. Yo, listen, I got a new ride, man. Like, this is a new amusement park over there. I be telling y'all, I be like, this is why when chicks be like, I'm outside, I'm like, you got kids, you shouldn't be outside. You should be inside looking, but whatever. You see, I love it. You know, we got new age mentality from women. They think they could be niggas. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yo, baby daddy gonna hate you because he mad. He mad that you violating him like this. And the new nigga, let me tell you this. Every chick think there's more Russell Wilsons. There's one Russell Wilson, nigga. Ain't no other nigga trying to come do that. Every other nigga, they get up in there, they start beating it up, but it always get old after a year. And then they realize, oh shit, for me to take it to the next level, I gotta be taking pictures with you and this little nigga. Ain't even my little nigga. I'm good. That's why I tell all baby moms, listen, first pick who y'all have kids with, and then make sure, like, sometimes, no matter what, you made a decision. You gotta sometimes deal with, that's what I told Cardi B. That's your cheater. Don't shame Offset. That's your cheater. Offset's a cheater, but it's yours. You picked him. You had 3 kids with him. You married him. That's your cheater. You know what I mean? Don't be acting like, oh no, I'm just free and clear. No. You got 3 kids with that boy. You get what I'm saying? But all right. We'll see whose logic works, because here's the thing. No matter which nigga, these chicks be bragging about some new nigga. My nigga, that new nigga don't want to be around your kid. That new nigga not trying to be no father figure in your kid's life. That new nigga's trying to pipe you the fuck out. And trust me, his pull-out game gonna be on point, nigga, like getting out the starting blocks. You know why? He ain't trying to be stuck with you. Trust me, the new nigga fucking you after your baby dad is always thinking about, I ain't gonna be like that dummy who actually put one in her gut. That's a fact. I'm just sitting here, I'm sticking and moving. You ain't noticed none of these chicks who single baby moms ain't get no second kid. Only Joey Chavis. They ain't get no second kid by no other nigga. Fuck out of here. Niggas just beat it up until they get tired of it and be like, did they start fireworks out here? All right, we got 13 minutes before this goddamn song, man. But yeah, no, me, I would, listen, she gonna be fine. She gonna be fine. One thing I realized about a lot of women who, the older they get, they can't resist love bombing. Like, put it like this: the way how Kevin Gates was talking about her, nigga, you'd have thought that she would have been pregnant, not divorced. Nigga, Kevin Gates probably with another young ting off the gram, just putting in work in, telling the same bullshit too. Alhamdulillah, all that same shit, bro. Getting her, be like, yeah, I know you got on that aloe, that Fashion Nova. Hold on, here's the burqa. This is the Louis V version. You got to put that on to be with me. And he's going to be back in that. Bro, niggas is running game. This is my only thing about, like, women being so stupid about this outside era. It's the dumbest shit ever, because the idea that y'all are outside and y'all got niggas and bodies, oh, we love that. We're going to run that mileage up on you and send you home to your child and your baby daddy. Nobody's cuffing y'all niggas. Like, seriously, like, nobody's putting none on your finger. And to keep it real, a smart nigga not putting none in your gut. It's over. Like, when you see a single mom, like, yo, you got about 6 months to a year. And yeah, Brittany running back to the streets. Who's next? Here's the thing. Some other niggas gonna come in and gaslight her. Man, I don't give a fuck about them other niggas, man. I don't give a fuck that you got a kid. I don't give a fuck about that baby daddy. Fuck that, like, yo, baby, like, I've never had a woman talk to me like this. She gonna be in love 20 minutes ago. Oh my God, I'll do anything you want. I'll just tattoo your name on my neck. All right, bet. He pipe you out for a year and he dips. Peace. Same cycle. Y'all tell me if I'm wrong, man. But I'm not telling nobody to stop. Let them keep going. But welcome Brittany running back. You know, she back on road. Yo, what's going on with Thug and Mariah the Scientist, bro? Like, yo, Thug. Yo, you got to tell Mariah the Scientist, shut the... Well, actually, let me not say that before you start beefing with me. Start thinking I'm gonna. But, yo, Thug, bro, you on your first day out shit. Why? Like, yo, I could tell Thug getting mad pressure from Mariah the Scientist. He been putting out mad disclaimers and PSAs. He trying to tell people like, yo, hey, like, look, yo, he had put out a tweet like, yo, I'm gonna never like another girl picture. Thug, you're a rapper. You rap about whores. What do you mean you're not gonna? Yo, what's going on, man? Like, yo, listen, I know she held you down, but you gotta start. Come on, Thug. Thug, I'm not saying you're supposed to leave her, no type of shit like that. What I'm saying is that why Thug look like it be sounding like Thug at gunpoint to Shorty. Look, he doing skits now, showing that he ain't gonna cheat on her. Look at this.
Yeah. Nah, I'm already situated. I'm already having who I'm having. Yeah, she could be one of the. She can go for one of the bros though. I'm already having what I'm having though. Hold on, somebody that's calling me. Yeah. Nah, I'm already situated. Hello.
Yo, Mariah the Scientist is on this nigga's ass, bro.
Man, Twin just said the same thing on the other phone. I'm already having what I'm having, bro. I'm good. Give it to one of the bros. I'm having what I'm having.
This is how I know this nigga is cheating profusely, because he's making skits now to try to make her happy. Jesus Christ. Thug must be wilding. I could imagine. Yo, Mariah, I hate to say it. And let me mind my own business, because the last time I got in somebody's business, nigga got mad and then he got indicted. that was Diddy. Diddy claimed I was fucking up his pimp game. Then he got locked up for sex trafficking. I don't know what the fuck that was. But anyway, I'm going to stay out of your business, Thug. But is she pressing you about liking girls' pictures? Nigga, you been locked up for dumb long. You can't like a little ting's picture? It's all good, man. Just because we rock with you, Thug, this is why we said this young, truly humbled under God. He's too loyal. Okay, Mariah the Scientist, he's too loyal.
All right, say no more. Yeah, I perform tomorrow in Belgium. No, we in Germany, right? Yeah, I perform in Germany tomorrow. Big festival. Yeah, no kissing. Hello.
Interesting. What else is going on? Trippy locked up. Holy. Is this real hair? Why does his hair look like this? He was locked up with a bench warrant, which I didn't even know they would do. He had a bench warrant, and he was taken to custody at Miami International Airport after U.S. Customs and Borders stopped him while he was boarding a flight to Poland for a performance. They discovered he had an active bench warrant stemming from a 2023 charge of driving without a valid license. I didn't know they did shit like that. I had no idea. All right, let me see if this song's about to drop, man. Chat, my bad. This hasn't even been like a, I wouldn't consider this a proper stream. I'm just chatting, talking shit. All right, what else is going on? Some Trump shit. Talked about that. Let's go to Shade Room, bro. Yo, is Asia Doll pregnant for real? Is she pregnant for King Von or no? You know, if she pregnant, I ain't even gonna say nothing bad about her, bro. She got it. Yo, is Neo still dating those 4 chicks? Look at how he got a anniversary with one of them, but not all of them. Okay. Whatever. Okay. Is this Taraji P. Henson? She don't got a husband? Whatever, man. It's Bow Wow. All right, whatever. Cool. All right, let's see what Drake got going on, man. Is this song going to drop? I need to hear this song. If this song fire, we're out of here, chat. I'm going to be honest with you. If this song fire, it's a good way to end all that not like us bullshit. But if this song is mid, I don't know. Now, Drake, I know he ain't coming with no mid shit. My For You page look crazy. What is this?
If you think all the federal cases that have been coming to New York, you just think about if you don't have the money, like if you don't have the money or you're not cooperating and you're not walking away. I feel like, man, I feel like he's more of an asset out here. He's like a hip-hop Jeffrey Epstein. Like, what are we going to do with him in jail? That's why I could never see him in jail. It just didn't feel right. And even if he was working for them, he'd be more of an asset if we had a nigga on the outside. What are we going to do with him in here? I just feel like he stepped out of line. He had some information that he wouldn't give up. And I think they got him for it. And I think he paid for his freedom because somehow the nigga went from $1 billion to $400 million. You get what I'm saying? Let me tell you how easy. Let me tell you something. And this, I don't even like to speak like, because if they wanted to prosecute Diddy for racketeering, it would have been evident from the beginning. Like, I ain't answered a phone since the man got locked up, and this on my son's soul. I haven't answered a number I didn't know. Because once I heard racketeering, I kind of felt like the feds would try to reach out. You get what I'm saying? Being that everybody, it's been going viral that he made a threat to me and the reason I left the group and all that other shit. Just if they wanted to prove that he was running a criminal organization through Bad Boy, you know, the least they would have did was reached out to people like me, Lorianne Gibson, all the people, the Carl Pierre's, the people that work for him. It got 20 years of history that they could have went back and at the least.
Yeah, Freddie P, bro. With all due respect, he left y'all niggas at the studio and he left y'all niggas at the shows. He was not trying to do hotel nights while y'all were around, brother. Okay? Like, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Y'all may have an idea that he was up to shit, but he was not trying to do freak offs around a bunch of dusty niggas from the band. Okay? I'm sorry to tell you. I hate it. Like, Lori Gibson's not going to know nothing about a freak off, dog. I'm sorry, bro. Neither are you. Like, you might know that he smashed a couple people, but you not going to know the extent of, remember, they're saying racketeering for sex trafficking, not racketeering for, like, murder.
Police interviewed these people. They didn't even make an effort because it was never about keeping Diddy in jail. It was to scare Diddy to give up that information. It was to scare Diddy and to get and to humble Diddy and to ruin his reputation. If they wanted Diddy gone, he'll be gone. That's kind of like, now remember who you work for. He gonna be back out here. I've been told people because he's too valuable. He's an asset to the CIA or the FBI or something. You got to think about it. A man who got that much information. Information is power. That's why Jeffrey Epstein is somewhere in Israel right now where everybody think he dead.
K2 is a hell of a drug, man. Well, yeah, what the hell is Freddie P on right now, man? I've listened to Freddie P and he was spitting some knowledge before. What are you talking about? Jeffrey Epstein's in Israel.
You get what I'm saying? He too much power, too much information. And I think Puffy had too much, he had information on the wrong people. You get what I'm saying? Because if you want to prove, first of all, they got assistants they never called up to the stand. They never reached out to people that worked for them and was put under those harsh conditions in the work environment. They never reached out to the people, at the least, you got underage women who've accused them, at the least, interview them. If you really want a prosecution, I've seen the feds work. If you really want a prosecution, at the least, go hear their voice. They didn't even give an opportunity to the people who could have put them away. They didn't want that to be paraded and barraged around the courtroom. That wasn't the objection. That wasn't the objective. The objective was for whatever they came up with in that back room. And I'm not knocking them, man, because like I said, it was all for me. It was like, it's kind of, you don't want to see the law system win, but then sometimes you want to see a nigga get they just deserve. But like I said, if they wanted to prosecute, I could have done a better job. The New York justice system, there's DAs all over this world, prosecutors, and they're laughing at that case.
No, they're not. It's the best fucking place in earth. SDNY. Let me see what. Oh, Drake got like a link. Let's see. Drake got a link. Let's see. He got something scheduled? Oh, wow. Iceman, episode 1. Okay. Ain't it supposed to start right now? Oh, is he going live? Yeah, Drake, don't waste my fucking time, nigga. What am I waiting on? And how many people are waiting on this shit? It's like an episode type thing, huh? Drake put this on his Instagram, so something should be happening. Yeah, we're on the page that he pretty much posted. Does it say how many people are watching? I think it does. It's going to, right? All right, my neighbors is going crazy now. Y'all can hear all the fireworks? What am I waiting for? God damn, they're going crazy. That's my neighbor, too. Bumbleclot. All right, bet. Finally. Oh, wow. All right, man, I'm gonna just take a shot. Did I finish our whole thing before? By the way, thank y'all for giving me credit for the Lil Rod interview. That was good, right? Appreciate y'all. I don't know what I'm waiting for. All right, Drake just wasting our time. Actually, not. I know he gonna drop something good. It's probably gonna be classic. Where's the cover to this shit? If you schedule like a song or like a video to drop, it just drops, right? Like, what the fuck? It's taking this shit so long. That's 9.2 likes right now. How many people are waiting? I might have to hit this motherfucker like, yo, what's up, bro? Chat, we just waiting for whatever the fuck Drake got going on, bro. I have no idea. I wish I knew. Shit ain't start yet, right? It gotta be alive. Maybe it's him and Kai Cenat. Is Kai live? Kai live, y'all? Maybe some of Kai. No.
You wouldn't settle for bait, man, when there's...
Stay tuned. They got 10K likes on here now. 10K likes. We can't see how many people are tapped in, but whatever. Wait, is this how y'all are like when y'all waiting for me? I'm like so impatient tonight because it is July 4th. Fireworks are happening. I'm like, bruv, I feel like this thing is wasting my time. But then I realize I'm like, nigga, this is exactly how the chat niggas feel when you put a time and you show 5 hours later. I'm like, I finally understand, chat. I never knew this is how y'all felt. I never knew. But now I know. I never knew. Nicole Harris, what up? Thank you for the 5. It says, if you type shit in Apple Music, DDG comes up. Why? What's going on with him and Reggie? He says, intervene. Nah. I'm not intervening. None of them niggas' problems. Here's the thing. The reason why that comes up for DDG is that I think some song or something on, because you know lyrics pop up, right? Like you can search lyrics on Spotify. Somebody in their lyrics sheet put that there. Am I backing the Maybach out? Yo, I haven't backed the Maybach out in a year. I'm about to do it. I'm about to do it. I look nice today, Shelly. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Shelly. Betty, I also understand. I've been trying to get better at it. By the way, you know I've been streaming a lot more now. You remember when I used to just like set a time and not stream at all? That was fucked up. I would set a time and I'm like, nah, I'll be like 2 hours late. And then 2 hours come like, I'm gonna be another hour late. And then the hour comes and I'm like, nah, I'm gonna just stream tomorrow. That was fucked up, yeah. I'm the only one Yo, Lana, what's good with you? Lana K, what's good? Bianca Leslie. I see your comment, girl. Do we have to say it? What do you think? Somebody says, Ozempic does work. What? Yo, I posted a picture yesterday. People like, yo, you looking good. You losing weight. Today I woke up and I looked in the mirror, so I took the shirt off, took the mirror. I'm like, nah, I still got belly. What y'all niggas talking about? It says episode 1. I don't know if this is I'm guessing it got to be like a video. I don't know. And by the way, here's the thing, chat. For this rollout, purposely, Chev, thank you for the 2. It says just been back in fist. What? That's what you've been doing? Yo, so for this rollout, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, bro. I've been the first, and y'all know me and Drake are cool, bro. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I want to feel like a fan again, like how I felt when Scorpion dropped. Not that I like, cause I ain't gonna lie. Like during the battle, me and him were super tapped in on a lot of stuff. Like we talked a lot. And I felt like I was like part of a team more than like a fan. I want to be a fan again. And yeah, I could just hit him up and ask him like, nigga, what the fuck? But like, bro, I want to feel like a fan. You know what I mean? Because I am a fan. Like I love his music, and I want to have like authentic reactions to it. Not him like, yo, check this out. Like fuck that. I want to. And if I'm not that impressed, I want to be able to be like, nah, you got to come a little bit harder. Pause. So. I'm not even going to ask him anything about it, even though I hope he doesn't drop like at midnight. What the fuck? Somebody said 9 p.m. I'm cutting the stream. Y'all missing on mad fireworks right now. Jeez. Yo, condolences to anybody losing their hand today, man. How do these people be losing their hands to fireworks? I swear, I want to hit him and be like, Nico says, yo, Ack, you invited to the next cookout. Yo, Nico, where you at? Yo, who's really good on the grill, bro? Like, I wanted some lit-ass barbecue, like some burgers, some, like, you know what I mean, chicken legs, you know what I mean? Like, I really wanted some good shit today, man. Nobody invited me, though, bro. That's crazy. You said, because people, wait, I thought the number one rule of fireworks, don't hold it in your fucking hand. Like, how are people losing their limbs? Now, I kind of feel bad for that, though. Like, the 4 extras thing, I seen the unedited picture. That got to be AI. Because I think I seen bone. Like, it looked like it just erupted off. Like, what type of firework is that? That nigga wasn't lighting a firework. He was lighting a nuke. What the hell? Somebody said throw a chat BBQ. Of course I would throw a chat BBQ. But half of you niggas barely came to my birthday party. I had to beg y'all. Y'all ever had like a firework like accident? Any YB update? Yeah, I was supposed to link with him yesterday. They told me he went to Amsterdam. Got on a plane, went to Amsterdam. That's when I knew the album wasn't coming out. I hit him from the morning. He said, yo, we finna go to Amsterdam later. And I said, Amsterdam? I'm like, I know you're not going to Amsterdam, because he was in New York. I know you're not going to Amsterdam to drop the album, bro. You know one of them ones? What the fuck? Did I not have connectivity? Mad people just hit me just now. Yo, I just got like 18 DMs just now. How the fuck that work? Yo, Drake, come the hell on, bro. All right, man. Drake is doing the most today. Holy shit. Drake trying to be Cardi. I'm gonna holler at Republic. I gotta find out the T, man. I heard they don't fuck with him. That's what I heard. But like, obviously, they still do business with him. Like, if he says he wants something, they'll do it. But like, he's not their fave. So I gotta figure out the dynamics. I gotta figure out the dynamics of the Drake Universal relationship right now. I got to figure out the T. I got a few people that I could find it out from, but I wouldn't be able to give y'all direct sources. I would have to act like I barely heard it. And so, when's the next freak off? Well, Diddy's supposed to get out in October, so you know when it is. Skepta, yeah, I heard that. Zuhib, I heard Skepta wants a UK versus UK clash, and I was just like, yo, Skepta, who are you trying to clash, brother? Yo, like, we love Skepta. We love the UK. But when Skepta says he wants a UK versus US clash in terms of rappers, I'm like, are you trying to get like one of them little mans to clash y'all, or y'all want the giants? Because respectfully, when you say UK versus the US, Skepta, I hate to even say it, I guess maybe the best in clashes or beef we have right now is Kendrick. Kendrick could done all you niggas combined. I'm going to be honest with you. So, like, who are you calling out? Don't say UK versus US. Because we the US is like Olympics. Like, yeah, I might not be the biggest Kendrick fan, but it's like, it's still the US, gang. You feel me? Well, actually, with Drake, not the US. Drake is Canada. Yeah, get Drake out of here. It's cool. Yeah. We got mad, yo. Y'all UK niggas, we got mad niggas to give y'all the beats. That's what I'm saying. What type of US rapper you want to get? You know what I'm saying? Have I talked to Birdman about what lawsuit? What lawsuit? Why the fuck did the UK just like, yo, we want to battle? Obviously, it's some. So they do what's called clashes. It's like sport, right? Like, we just want a friendly competition. But I'm like, yo, the US niggas would wash y'all. Like, I love y'all niggas in the UK, but y'all niggas is tweaking. I hope I could go to Wireless still. Don't get mad at me at Wireless. Don't try to, Skepta, I rock with you, but like, come on, bro. Oh, so Drake just not gonna jot this shit, huh? So Drake just not gonna jot this, huh? Okay. We're not sending Joyner Lucas. All right. Well, niggas now tell me it's 10 p.m. Yo, what is going on, bro? I'm hearing he's gonna go live at 10, but at this point it might be like an academic stream, man. You hear 10, it's really 11. You wait till 11 and then it says, yo, it's rescheduled to tomorrow. It looks like he's trying to go live, though. So, bro, you stayed up for Cardi, you can stay up for Drake. Man, Drake going... Yo, I don't even know if he's dropping a song. What did I take away from the Lil Rod interview? Oh, man. The things people would do for money, man. I'm going to be honest. What I took away from the Lil Rod interview was be careful who you fuck over. Be careful who you fuck over. And when I say fuck over, I don't mean actually fuck over. I'm going to keep it 100 what I think about this Lil Rod thing. I think Diddy, if you see how he moves, we watch it. We just went through a whole like real litigation, and we watched a criminal litigation of them trying to put him in jail for life. Bro, Diddy had a million things going on, man. He had other people dealing with stuff. He was a workaholic. He always tried to push people. He kind of was an asshole, and he definitely was abusive at times. Bro, I'm going to be honest with you. I think Diddy, like whatever this guy, I think this guy only has a gripe with Diddy because he ain't feel like he got paid for working on that album. He felt like he really put blood, sweat, and tears in that album. Diddy ain't pay him. And he was trying to get his money, but Diddy was still blowing him off. That's one of those things where I realize is like sometimes, you know, I ain't gonna lie, like 100, you know how many times, like I'm giving y'all real situations. You know how many times, like, bro, like I'm not even thinking about some small shit sometimes. Like I got a million things going on. My assistant hits me like 5 times. Yo, you didn't pay the security for da-da-da-da. And I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get to it. But I'm not thinking like, yo, I ain't gonna tell you how much I paid, but it's just like, money, I'm not thinking that little money I'm about to pay, I should have paid the security for that one day that they was with me for 12 hours or whatever. That shit means the world to them. They need that shit to give to their girl. I'm not thinking about it. You get what I'm saying? But I'm not being an ass. Like, I just have so much shit going on. Imagine then that nigga just be like, yo, okay, say I'm lagging 2-3 days on it. Now that nigga's like, man, fuck Ack, man. Man, nigga, I was there with him when niggas was trying to do A, B, C, and D. Fuck him. That's what I kind of get with this Lil Rod lawsuit. Like, I don't even think Diddy was not trying to pay him. Now, I think Diddy contests that he's not as integral as he thinks he is, but I think he is owed some money. But here's the thing. I think him being owed some money, bro, it turned into resentment. Like, bro, like, you know, I've been around when you was fucking all type of girls and you was doing A, B, C, and D, and you just had a lawsuit. Like, why won't you just give me my little 30 grand? Like, what the fuck is up with you? So now Lil Rod gets into some other shit. Bro, you had people groping me, sucking my dick on when I didn't want to. That becomes the basis of Diddy's house getting searched. And then when you look at that, you kind of look at it to be like, yo, bro, that's how sometimes a small thing could become a big issue. If Diddy had just probably, and I'm pretty sure he asked Diddy mad times, yo, bro, like I need this, bro. Yo, in Diddy's world, 20,000 is like dirt to him. The nigga probably is owed to him like, yo, Diddy, I need that, bro. I need it. Like the nigga's getting evicted. The nigga's mom is pressing him. The nigga baby mom's taking him to court. All type of shit going on in this nigga's life. Diddy's just, he thinking about the next freak off, the next business meeting. He thinking about going to this show, going to there. Oh, I'm going to Cannes. Bro, after a while, the nigga despises him. 100%, this Lil Rod nigga is only mad at, he not mad at Diddy for no sexual shit. He made that shit up. He mad at Diddy because Diddy ain't pay that nigga, bro. That's what I took from it. And it just reminded me, I'm like, damn. Bro, Diddy just wasted like $30 million on a lawsuit, on a criminal case. Yo, that nigga probably was on Diddy's ass for 20, 30,000. Actually, I got the number in the lawsuit. He just wanted like $30,000 and he felt Diddy stiffed him on it. Because Diddy stiffed him on 30 bands, the nigga made up all this other shit. And I'm not saying made up everything, but like he contextualized it in a sex trafficking RICO shit that got Diddy house raided. Diddy gets locked up and had to spend $30 million. Sometimes a problem you could cure with $10 ends up costing you $1,000. Chat, can I get a one in the chat if you know what I'm talking about? It don't gotta be something like this. But sometimes like it's not even you trying to play with nobody. It's just like you got a lot of shit going on. It's like a bill. Like, yo, you could have paid the bill on time. It's not like you broke. But like, yo, whatever. Next thing, that shit at collection agency. Now it decrease your credit. Now when you get in a car, you used to be able to put $5,000 on a car, but now they asking you for $25,000 because your credit got ruined from that one little bill. Bro, you had the money for the bill, you just ain't do it. That's what I think this is, bro. Like the little Raj shit, bro. Bro, once that nigga told me, he said, I don't even think that nigga should go to jail for the rest of his life. I'm like, all right, this nigga joking, man. He joking. It's like, yeah, I just think he was on some shit like, I just think he need to get taught a lesson. Bro, how niggas supposedly try to rape you and you want him to get taught a lesson, man? Like, come on, bro. Like, come on, dog. That's what your takeaway was? A nigga try to take your booty and your mentalities. Wait, did something just happen? It's live. It's live. It's live, chat. Oh, we here. It's live. Nigga try to take your booty and you talking about you need to get taught a lesson. Like, come on, gang. Nah, this is a live. It says Iceman. Y'all see that? It's an Iceman right here. Iceman. Iceman, yeah, that's me. What happened to that nigga? All right, then. R Block, what's popping? We got 10,000 on YouTube, 5,000 on Kick, and we got like a ban on R Block. I think that's what the numbers told me. Let me go check. I think Drake aura farming right now, bro. That's what they call it, aura farming. Like he's just leaving the live on that niggas could join up type shit, you know? Why are we in a warehouse with Drake? All right, let me try to do some investigation. Oh, another angle. All right, let's see what it says. 416. I don't know, man. How much viewers did he have? Yo, what the fuck? Drake is live? It doesn't even show how many viewers he has. Nah. Drake is definitely Illuminati. Everybody that goes live, it shows the view count. Drake live don't show no view count. That's crazy. How come we don't see how many viewers he got? Chat, you could tell how many viewers I got. You can't. Look, let's refresh. Look. Started streaming 6 minutes ago. Doesn't say viewers. Let me show you the difference between that and my chat. On King Academics, yeah, we only got 3.5. Look, let's refresh. We only got 3,500 watching. Right? On the Academy been killing it recently. The Academy. All right, let's see. How much we got over there? We got 6.6 over there. 6.6K. You'll be able to tell right here. Drake streaming. No view count. Illuminati shit. Maybe him and YouTube linked up? He must have linked up with YouTube or some shit. What the fuck? Is this an ice? Oh, that's in the fridge, huh? Nah, this live. This is not even like a skit. Somebody says giving Dexter. Yo, chat, I'm so fucking mad Dexter got taken off Netflix. Netflix, you got 3 months to put Dexter back on or you're not getting my money no more. I've watched Dexter 2,000 times. I watch it every day. If you don't put Dexter back on Netflix, I'm done. I'm not watching no Love Island and shit like that. What I look like? I ain't gonna lie. Every girl I know watches Love Island. What's up with Love Island, bro? Chat, should I be watching Love Island? Yo, there's one tree shot of Miami. She keeps texting me all day. She looks good, though. But she's like, yo, hey, babe. And I'm always thinking, she's like, yo, I'm trying to give you some pussy. So I'm like, what's good? You know what I mean? Like low-key, I've been waiting to hit it. So, chat, I'm keeping it 100. So I'm like, what's good? And she's like, do you know anybody you could get me on Love Island? I'm like, bitch, what are you talking about, bitch? What? Love what? Bitch, keep asking me for that shit, man. I'm about to block her stupid ass, man. Keep asking about the fucking Love Island, man. I'm a fuck you name this. Could you get me on Love Island? What the fuck are you talking about, man? Fucking whore. Just keep asking me about that shit. Like, oh yeah, I want to get on Love Island. You have any connects for Love Island? Bitch, I don't even know what that is. Nah, I got familiarized a little bit, but this fucking whore just keep asking me about Love Island, man. She was hitting me like on some late night tip. I'm like, oh, it's lit. It's lit. Yes. Yes. Bitch asked me if I could get her on Love Island, man. Fucking scallywag. Is that Love Island Shakudo? Oh, y'all think y'all seen like some shit? Okay, let me see what y'all said. Look at the back of the truck that had Iceman. I think that's the track listing. Huh? Right here? You think that's the track listing right there? Right here? Nigga, we could not see it. Well, good observation, though. Good observation. Good observation. We back live. My dogs are going bananas. All right, man. What is Drake show? All right, hold on. Wait. Oh, we can get a better picture here. No, it says package ice, dry ice, ice machines, ice sculptures, and bottled water. Yo, chat, my man works over there. You want me to hit my man? Oh, I'm gonna lie, my man works there. Chat, my man works there. Like I'm asking him to go live. My man works there, chat. You know I got all Toronto mans, right? Who just walked past? Oh, that's him. Oh. Oh, shit. Aubrey! I know this album going with classic. Drake hit up YouTube and tell him not to put the views on. That's a play. Drake hit up YouTube. This is the only stream with no views, nigga. There's no views. Drake hit up YouTube. There's no views. Got mad camera angles. This look mad official. It says episode 1. I don't even want to ask Drake about nothing else. Drake, we about to do $1 million in a week. Back to doing $1 million. Back to doing $1 million, y'all. We back. We back. Aubrey fans, we back. We back. Drake locked back in, bruh. We locked back in, bruh. All that not like us, that shit is 2 years old. Get that nigga the on out of here, bruh. Aubrey is back, bruh. Aubrey, yo, how did Drake go? Remember when Drake, it looked like he had cut his hair and went back to the regular shit? How he back to the braids again? How Drake back to the braids? Did he never cut it? Pause. One more time. No Diddy. All right, let's get back to live. Ooh, did I miss him again? Pause. Fuck Drake got going on? Yo, if Drake gets artistic, let me tell you this. Drake makes the best music of everybody. Like a nigga like Kendrick, all he know how to do is rap. But Kendrick is really good at like some artistic presentation. If Drake does some artistic presentation and makes the best music, because he always does, it's cooked for everybody in the game. Yo, I've always said, this is why we need a Drake album, executive produced by Kanye, because Kanye is going to actually put the art aspect on Drake shit and make it look so fly. It's gonna be the best album of all time. If Drake does this finally without Kanye, does it by himself, throw Kenny in the bushes, Kung Fu, get out of here. He's the GOAT of all time. I can see this is the first time I'm seeing like, cause I ain't gonna lie, the pregnant belly on the fucking Billboard were trash. They were definitely trash. Drake is actually being cryptic, mythical, but kind of doing like art. Yo, the boy is back. The boy is back. Yo, LSPT says it. This is the crap that made people bash anything Drake put out first and love it a month later. You're doing too much act. Not everything gonna be a hit. Nah, I need everything. Bro, this is Drake we're talking about. It's like LeBron. Yo, LeBron makes it to the finals and don't win. It's a failure. If motherfucking Jalen Brunson makes it to the finals, it's like, yo, hip hip hooray. Who cares about Jalen Brunson? We're talking about the GOATs. Hold on, let me see. Ooh, okay.
Right here. Gonna lock Tio down for the next 15 summers. God, girls, and music.
Nah, Drake's the GOAT.
That's my favorite song. I never knew Get dirty, man. Truth right here. Drake. Dirty. Shout to my boy Nelly.
But I'm in the studio writing, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to put them on. I don't know if Nick told you, but I write all of Nick's rhymes. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, you're co-signing Le Chateau, eh?
You know what it is, I'm ready, man. It's your boy, man. I shop there, I cop there. It doesn't stop there, you know what I'm saying?
I'm going to tell you about my city because, you know, I feel like I say city's mine, you know what I'm saying? And I bet people are like, oh, I wonder how much you know about the city. You know what I'm saying? So let me tell you something. Check. I'm from a city where people be getting threatened for showing they facing breaches. Ladies leasing, arranging, and renting basements and regions. Some people making that changing and spending places as decent and cost from summers before they replace it with something recent. Memphis irrelevant to show people your grind is money. Here they just quick to see it and claiming it's kind of funny. They behind to the end instead of saying it's no, man. Tried and it takes them too long to realize they get telling people had trouble naming their favorite rapper. Most of them getting older. None of them in the trap, but in reality they working, but none of them on a map. So now they desperate and they try to get famous, chilling with Apple. They wanna have these videos like CIP and PIG. Female singers wanna be Ciara or DRE or somebody that they can call their own for that they VIG. Rather say I sound like her instead of saying COE. It kinda gets repetitive, like people from my passages pop up and ask me if I got beef with JJ from Maxis. As I'm laughing, just say that I'm busy repping my city, yo. Yeah, I had a thing with that girl from my own video. Yeah, I went to Metro and actually party with video. No, I can't explain why these artists are sending videos. Same time, trying to chaos, Socrates and Moriarty. Boy, wonder entry, the details, you know for sure we party. Julie Black, Project Bounce listeners with a Thule strap. Stage dudes who frequently visit but never knew we rap. Glenn Lewis, make sure you put it down when you're truly bad. By the way, my name is Drake and that's why they doing fat.
Yo, let me tell y'all this. Drake on that fuck them niggas arc is over. I've been waiting for him to get here. Let me tell you, this is how life is. They love you, they hate you, they love you again. And sometimes they're gonna hate you even more, but they're gonna love you one more time. Drake finally at the point where he got to rid himself of all the yes men, all the niggas who need a single, all the niggas who couldn't survive with him, all the fly-by-night niggas. He wondering how did niggas feel. Ooh, okay. You know what I like about this too? No more Iceman. There's so many meanings in this. This is showing Drake by himself. He rocking out Dolo. He rocking out Dolo. He rocking out Dolo. All you niggas who claim he needed help. All you niggas, first of all, he gave y'all the help.
Did I move the camera?
Nah, Drake on his villain arc. Not even villain arc. It's like, you know when they almost killed the they almost killed like the protagonist, but somehow like they put him in a well like Iron Man and he figured out a way to come out. Yeah. Yo, Ewok, stop playing with me. Talking about I'm brick like I'm Diddy during the freak offs. Speaker says Drake making the right moves and haters will always hate. So F him. There's no need to please him, but there's no type of music better than. Yo, let me tell you this. Yo, Drake back to the wall, feeling like the underdog when he's never the underdog. Bro, put it like this. Imagine if your GOAT is playing like the underdog when he's always the victor. He's the overwhelming champion. He won for the last 14 years in a row, but he's playing like he's the underdog. You don't want your favorite rapper to... Come on, bro. That's why, like, as much as you be having niggas like Pusha T and Kendrick, they be hating or whatever, we need that. We need it. Because Drake now got to feel like, all right, niggas is trying to knock me off my pedestal. I got to come back. You can't let a nigga get to... Yo, when he get too comfortable, he start rapping with Yachty. That's a fact. Love you, Yachty. But when Drake get too comfortable, he start rapping with Yachty. When Drake is in his bag, he tell everybody, back the fuck up. Back up. No face. No face. Come on, bro. I'm telling y'all don't want to hear it.
Staying so focused, somebody could say the weather changed and I wouldn't notice. The company I keep is getting smaller while my other companies are all growing and overflowing. Family only feels like a riddle to affiliates that thought that they were safe because they played the middle. Losing all these friends really got to me. I was talking to Taylor over drinks and it was getting deep. Not everyone can handle this pressure, and in your city you're the national treasure. That's what she said to me. Only time they put me in a box is with the red leather. My body will rot, my name will live forever. I was a fool to believe we could do it together. It's still heartbreak Drake, but I glued it together. Do not come around the guys playing peacemaker. They snake me for now, but we'll see. Yeah.
Yo, that's the GOAT. That's the GOAT. That's the GOAT.
So focused, somebody could say the weather changed and I wouldn't notice. The company I keep is getting smaller while my other companies are all growing and overflowing. The family only feels like a riddle to affiliates that thought that they were safe because they played the middle. Losing all these friends really got to me. I was talking to Taylor over drinks and it was getting deep. Not everyone can handle this pressure, and in your city you're the national treasure. That's what she said to me. Only time they put me in a box is with the red leather. My body will rot, my name will live forever. I was a fool to believe we could do it together. It's still heartbreak Drake, but I glued it together. Do not come around the guys playing peacemaker. They snake me for now, but we'll see later. They snake me for now, but we will see later. Your boy got his hair bust inside in one spot, and we was still laughing about that shit like a week later. The only guarantee I know is more paper, free paper, green paper. Yeah, green paper. Look, Supermax. For what I got going on, I'm too relaxed. The truth is not in your phone, you're too attached. It's how I really look in the streets like Google Maps. Supermax. For what I got going on, I'm too relaxed. The truth is not in your phone, you're too attached. It's how I really look in the streets like Google Maps. Supermax deals. I'm not even at my max for real. Flash me and you get yourself some attraction still. Or shake my hand and show the world how you actually feel. Yeah. Supermax deals. Fuck the raps, I'm more impressed by your acting skills. I'm back for real, you boys better crack the shield. I'm big tired of fake love like tractor wheels. This is trauma that getting back on my master's heels. Los Angeles love like Phil Jackson and Shaq O'Neal. Oh yeah, Supermax deals. Supermax deals. Yeah, Supermax deals. Somebody hit the envelope, wax deal, wax deal.
Oh, that boy in Toronto. Hold up. Toronto, I'm coming back. I ain't like how y'all was performing, not like us, but I'm coming back. I miss y'all. I love Toronto. Toronto like my favorite city. Yo, Drake is doing a mini stream movie to drop whatever you about to drop. What the fuck? All right, Drake, we seen that gas station before, man. You driving in circles, gang. Yo, chat, I gotta take a piss. I ain't gonna hold you. But I might have to hold it. Pause. Oh shit! It's like an ad-lib joint. Oh, record that, Jerry. Record that. We need that. Dreamlit, what up? What up? What up? What up, bro? I think the audio is on their issue, on their side, Tasha. Oh, let me take a piss real quick, chat. Don't go nowhere. I'm gonna turn this mad up that I can hear in the bathroom.
Yes, sir. Don't say a word. Don't say a word, brother. Love, thank you. Love. Have a good night. Have a good night.
Chat, what I miss? What I miss? What I miss?
Giving out basically looking for jobs, making sure wise with it, man. What did I miss? What up, G? Yes, sir. You ran so fast, you said? I appreciate it. It's love. Don't say a word, my sister. Don't say a word.
Don't say a word, brother. Don't say a word. Hey, I remember pushing DT with a man that whipping 2 Mazdas. Grocery shopping at Royal Plaza. Me and Lil Sandro broke on the Gaza. First floor room at the airport Ramada. I'm trying to make the most out of nada. Now shorty see me and say, oh my God, it's Mr. Tumaza. I'm with Smigalino, I'm with Smigalachi. Mr. Dome, Mr. Gucci and Prada. Me, I'm the 6th guy. Bob is a bulldog. Both could have been at Gonzaga, nigga. Some nights I wanna cut cause the city's been hot like lava. Yeah, low Waterloo road trip. Shorty see.
This thing is Drake doing a musical right now. What's going on right now? Yo. What's up with the audio though? I gotta refresh.
Runway model. Astro can make one laugh and here come back with 10 Emiratas. I'm in Barry, Muskoka and Brampton. Fuck Hollywood and the Hamptons. I'm in a bridal path mansion. Ferris Rafudi expansion. Yeah, Mr. Tumaza, my Hamilton girl that like Scarlett Johansson. Just with a way bigger Bansky. And this is
What up, Kelly?
How are ya?
Yeah, bless. You alright?
I love your shit, man.
Thanks,
Thank you.
bro. Appreciate
Pleasure
that,
to meet
bro.
you.
Yeah, much
Take
love,
care.
much love. Yeah. Love. You already know. Love. Ah, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, Miss Tumaza. And they calling me that cause they cheating my girls is looking Tumaza. Little garden girl straight from the hood. She got a little condo with Saga. Little munch-out trips with the gang. We had to rent a little Mazda.
JF, stop playing, man. Nah. What did I miss? I'm fucking with it. Stop playing. I'm rocking with it. You know, I'm frosted out my mind right now, but I'm good. Yo, it's July 4th, chat. Chat, I did a 5-hour stream on July 4th. I'm not the greatest.
Better to pat me, my house no better to at me. It's grim, it's gray, it's ashy. Look how Mazda are body. They gotta feel my doggy.
Yeah. You already know. Come on. What's up, man? You alright? Love, broski. You already know. Much love. Yeah. You guys already know what it is. Come on, bro. Yeah. What did I miss? Like that? Midnight.
Get me in drinking. Get us. What did I miss? Get me in drinking.
Love.
Wait, he's about to announce OVO Fest, ain't he? You see everybody like crowding around there? He's about to announce OVO Fest. Yo, chat, I'm in OVO Fest so heavy, it's disgusting.
Iceman shit, man. I gotta get this, bro. Iceman shit, man. You already know. Come on, bro. You already know. We're live. Come on, bro. You guys know. Don't say a word. Don't get run over, brother. What's up, love? You alright? What's up? What's good? Love. Very icy. What's up, love? How are you? What's up? Love. Yeah, you already know. Yeah, love. Love. Yeah, outside. 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 You know that, man. Outside this. Outside this. I love you, Drake. Yeah, love. Love. What's up, man? Alright? Outsideness. Sure. Love, bro. You already know. Love, man. You already know. Love.
I love you, Drake.
Love.
Yo, can I take it? Let me pick a reach.
Come on, bro. You already know. Outside.
Yo, Jersey.
Outside. Yeah. You already know, bro. Love. Good. Yeah. Watch out. I don't want to hurt nobody. What's up, big dog? You alright?
Hi, Drake.
Alright? Yeah.
Yo, they have no cops? Like, what the fuck? Nah, he's going crazy, though.
Yeah, baby.
Nah, Drake, you gotta keep going, gang. Where's he driving to?
Love. What's up?
Nah, this low key like big production type shit.
Oh, Lee, you're running out here, right? We're off, right? What up?
What's going on?
What up? What's good? Got the wrong phone case, though.
You got the wrong phone case.
It's love.
It's probably like an Adidas phone case. He Nike, right?
Yo, what's good, man? I just want to say what up. My name is Michael Navoli. You're a dope ass rapper.
Thank you, bro.
What's
good? Huh? Yeah. Huh?
Future Safe Play. What do I mix?
I think we're up. I don't know. Love. That's I miss you too. Yeah, big up. Yeah, don't know. Yeah, of course. Yeah, man, trust me. Yeah, yes, bro. Love.
Nah, Drake really like he touching the people though.
So what then? Big dog? Don't look away now, pussy. Don't look away now. Don't get shy now. We'll fold that up right now.
Yeah! Talk that shit!
Stop it, man.
That's how you be talking to Kendrick. I told you, Drake told me like, act, set it up. Come on. That's how Drake really is right there. That's how he talks, I swear. It's like, yo, we'll fold that up, pussy. Like, yeah, that's how he talks. What number is that on the back of the truck, though? That's crazy. What number is that? 416-504-661? That's not even a number, low key. What is that?
Yo, What up, G? Yo. Glass? Somebody else has to come drive this.
Yo, Drake popping out like a gangster. Dolo, nigga. Biggest. The biggest ever. Drake just hopped out. Yo, he tied. I bet. All right, that was lit though. That was lit though.
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know what. No, I guess I don't.
A man who goes by the nickname.
Yo, chat, man. Y'all just got a 5-hour and 30-minute stream. This was supposed to be like a 3-hour stream. We gambled, did all type of shit. But Drake dropped, man. Listen, I ain't gonna hit the boy. Actually, no, I might hit him and just say W. I don't want to hear no details though, cause you know I'm gonna try not to be. I don't want to be no plug in terms of y'all be like, yo, Ak, what's the update? Nah, bro, I want to be a fan. Like I like what I just seen. I think he previewed some shit that what did I miss? I like it. I think he said he's dropping at midnight. We gonna rock out, man. I know first of all, it's July 4th, man. Y'all go enjoy y'all time. I can't believe we had, how many people we got up in here? I can't believe we got 18,000 people in here just rocking out. I love y'all so much. I'm lit. So, chat, thank y'all so much. Appreciate y'all so much. We have 11,000 on YouTube, about 5,000 on Kick, like 1,500 on. Love y'all, man. I'll be back on tomorrow. This was day 5. Oh, no, we have 18,255. Okay. I'm drunk, though. So, chat, give me a W. I'm going to be off for the night. I did not plan to stream no 5 hours, but I did. So, love y'all. I will see y'all tomorrow. Somebody said stay till midnight. Bro, I'm drunk and it's July 4th, bro. I'm sorry, bro. I wish I could.